world. It's already exciting for me to know that you guys are joining us from different parts of the world. And I want to see the variety over here. So let's see who's in. Hi from Florida, from Mexico.
Hello, everyone. I see the numbers are going up. This is Bianca, and I'm going to be.
Okay. Good. Just sorry for the background sound. It was the YouTube. Okay, Florida, Washington, New Jersey, Hungary. Amazing, guys. Hungary, this is quite close to me. I'm in Romania right now. I also see Romania, Singapore, and the numbers are going up. We're almost at 1.7K. Good, guys. How much are you excited for the session today? Let me know in the chat. A lot. Okay, very excited, super excited. Hello from Canada. Hello from, oh my God, everyone is super excited. I'm also excited for today, guys. And I'm excited for the experience that you're going to have today. And not only that, but this experience is going to be transformational for you. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the seminar of a lifetime. Today, we gather here to unlock the secrets of scaling your company to extraordinary heights, 10 million, 50 million, or even 100 million. So are you ready to see the world through different lens? Let me know in the chat. Yes, let me see how much. Okay, good. Amazing. Good. Then let's invite all on stage. Vishen, I think you're ready to go. People are super excited to have you here.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our Business Mastery Scaling Seminar. I'm so excited to be here. I just jumped into the sofa and I'm just making myself comfortable because I'm going to be here as your guide for the next 4 hours. So firstly, I know many of you here are entrepreneurs, and I thank you for taking time away from your busy lives to attend this. And Bianca, thank you for being my co-host. Bianca will be in the background helping address questions. If you see Bianca in the chat, that would be official links, official resources that she'll be sharing. Okay, thank you, B. I will turn off your cam now and I'll take it away. So firstly, I love the diversity of the audience here. We had 15,000 people sign up for the seminar. We have 2,000 of you live, which is quite normal. We'll probably have more people joining in the couple of hours. So I know some people may come, some people may go. Don't worry, we'll make bits of this available as a recording, but it is a special experience attending it live. My job, because I know I'm asking you to give up 4 hours of your work time on a Thursday. My job is to deliver at least 20x that value back to you. In other words, at least 80 hours of crazy productive work back to you in terms of the insights, the inspiration, and the methodologies that I'm going to share. So welcome, and thank you for placing your trust in me in this event. I'm here in Mosquito Island. I'm in, this is actually Naveen Jain's office. Naveen Jain is going to be our guest speaker today. Naveen is a great mentor of mine. And as we begin, I'm going to tell you the story of why this event happened and why we're going to be teaching you such incredible ideas. Why, in short, we're putting this event on. So let's get started.
Do we need the sound, Vishen?
There was no sound, Bianca. Let me try it again, okay?
Yes.
Welcome to Mindvalley's Business Mastery Seminar. So in the rest of this event, we're going to be covering a couple of really intriguing ideas. And let me tell you a little bit of a story of why I'm doing this. So first off, I happened to be this week at Naveen Jain's home. And Naveen Jain is this incredible visionary entrepreneur who has started multiple businesses, many of whom have gone public. But in that picture, he's actually holding a meteorite. And when you visit his home in Seattle, he has a home next to Bill Gates, overlooking Lake Washington. And his home is filled with all of these asteroids. And that's because Naveen, who's going to be joining us in about an hour, is the first private citizen in the world to actually get permission to land a robot on the moon. And not only does he have a home in Seattle next to Bill Gates' home along Lake Washington, but here I am in his gorgeous house. It's called the Oasis on Mosquito Island, which is owned by Richard Branson, and Richard Branson's house is down the road as well. And so Naveen is this highly respected business genius who associates with some of the greatest minds in the world. And every time I have him as a guest speaker, he blows our minds. So this is where we are right now. And I wanted to use this opportunity. Yes?
Are you able to get it full screen for us, please?
Oh yeah, let me see. Is this better, Bianca?
Okay, even more if you can.
And can you see me as well?
Yes, we do see you, but we need the full screen. Yeah, that's better.
Great. So this is where I am right now. I wanted to set up this seminar. This is why it was set up so last minute, right? We announced this only on Sunday. I wanted to do this class while I was here, invited by Naveen to spend a week in his gorgeous home, because I'm in a really inspirational place. And as I've been here, I've had the time to put together so many ideas that I want to share with you guys. Last year, my company, which is a private company, hit over 100 million in revenue. And when I was starting out, I can tell you, I never thought I would get there. I never, ever thought that building a company to 100 million revenue from Malaysia, which is a developing country, would be possible. I thought maybe, but I didn't think that it was so large an idea. It was never in my dream. My dream was 10 million. But when I got to 100 million, I started to look back, and I was starting to be able to see all the mistakes I made and all the right steps I made. And I became really passionate about teaching these to other entrepreneurs. Because I know when I was trying to get to my first million in revenue, that was actually the hardest time. And I can tell you this, for me right now, getting from 100 to 200 million is easier than getting from 0 to 1 million. But if you know the right secrets, the right shortcuts, you can accelerate your journey from 0 to 1 million, or from 1 to 5, or from 5 to 20. So first, I'm sharing this picture because all of us should dream big. Maybe your goal is 5, maybe your goal is 10. I want you to stretch that goal, double it right now. When my goal was 20 million, and the reason was because after I graduated, I was working for a Silicon Valley company. And my boss had taken that company from 0 to 20 million. And I looked up to my boss and I thought, wow, this is amazing. 100 employees, 20 million, living the life, an office in downtown San Francisco. And so 20 million became my measure for the longest time. And then what happened was that I started going and networking, meeting people. And slowly by slowly, those visions started expanding. So here's a simple framework I want you to get. If you want to get to 20 million, set your vision for 50. If you want to get to 100 million, set your vision for 1 billion. Remember, you want to aim for the stars. You may not hit the star, but at least you will land on the moon. So the reason I'm here in Naveen Jain's home is because I wanted, after I got to 100 million, I started getting a little bit complacent. I'm like, wow, this is my wildest dreams. I have the lifestyle I can afford. I have the mission I want, but I'm feeling complacent. So I needed someone to give me a kick in the butt. So I wanted to see, how does a billionaire live life? Private island, beautiful homes in different parts of the world. I wanted to understand a billionaire's view so I can start going there. And likewise, so for someone with a business of 100 million, you want to study the billionaires. If you are at a business of 1 million, you want to study from people like me who have been at 1 and taken it to 20, then 50, then 100. Does that make sense? Now, what I want to do is I want to do a simple poll, completely anonymous, to understand where you are. Okay, so Bianca, would you start the poll first? Let's first try to see, I'm bringing up the poll questions that we have. Bianca, first let's try to see male, female.
Male, female. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
launching
Did
it
you
right
launch
now,
that?
guys.
Okay, so simply choose your gender identity, okay? You male, female. I'm sorry, we should have had non-binary there as well, right? But as you can see, the audience here is mostly women. Okay, this is phenomenal. It's 65% women. This is directly the current Mindvalley audience, because Mindvalley started out in Mind, Body, and Spirit. Our audience used to be 70% women. Then as we started expanding into entrepreneurship and career, it became 65% women. So this is exactly where our audience is, right? So this is really great. So you kind of know a little bit about the customer. Now, the second thing I want you to do is let's look at your age. So Bianca, let's bring up the age poll. And this is exciting. We have 3,000 people here. So simply go and mark your age. Okay, as we can see, most people here are between 35 to 55. That's good. That's about 60% of you are between 35 to 55. That's exactly where I am as well, right? I'm 47. Fantastic. Now let's bring up the approximate revenue of your company. So this is for the company you own or the company you work for. Let's look at the size of the companies represented here.
Okay, just one
Okay.
second.
So Bianca's going to bring up that poll.
Okay. Just one second, guys. It looks like it's
Okay.
going. We have a connection problem, but I will be back with it.
Now, here's a really interesting statistic, okay? This comes from a book called, the book is called, gosh, I can't remember the name, but here's the statistic. Do you know that most successful entrepreneurs only figure it out at the age of 38? So I say this because I meet so many people who are 25 to 35, and they're like, gosh, I haven't figured it out yet. I'm not at the money level I want. I'm not at the revenue level I want. I still can't afford to fly business class. Well, don't be hard on yourself. Most people only really figure it out at the age of 38. In fact, I didn't really have my business up and running at the age of 38. Here's one definition, one rule that you can use. When every time you fly somewhere, you naturally fly business class because you know that in business, you know that your output per hour is so high that if you can just get an extra 1 hour or 2 hours of sleep in business class, it's going to pay off for itself. Because if you go and you put that extra 1 or 2 hours in work, you're going to generate 2-3K. That's when I believe you've hit one of the most basic levels of being an entrepreneur. I want all of you to think about that as a goal if you're not already there. Now, let me tell you, I only got there at around the age of 37 or 38. So I was actually pretty average. The average age when you make it is typically 38. All that news reports we see of 20-somethings like Mark Zuckerberg starting a company and becoming a billionaire, those are massive outliers. The average age is 38. So if you're not yet where you want to be and you're under 38, don't worry. You're right on target. I only got there at 38. Now, the other thing that I want you to understand, so someone is asking, is this the average age for women? It's men and women combined. It's men and women combined. It's all entrepreneurs. There's no gender differential here. Okay. In fact, in many cases, sometimes women succeed faster than men. I was just reading a study of VC funding for entrepreneurs in Europe. And women who are funded actually do better than the men who are funded. So there is no difference here amongst women. Okay. But 38 is that beautiful spot. Now let's keep going. Now let's look at the number, the size of businesses here. So 80% of you have a business under 500K, 10% are 1 to 2 million. And then of course, 2 to 5 million is 5% of you, 4% of you, that's a pretty big amount. 4% of you have a business between 5 to 20 million. 1% of you are at the 20 to 30 million mark. And there are at least 12 of you here who are doing between 30 and 50 million. This is awesome. Thank you. And now the final thing is, let's look at your titles. Okay, Bianca, can you
Okay,
bring up the title post?
sure, it's coming up. But meanwhile, Vishen, you're having a little bit of problem with the screen. It's not showing up correctly. So if you want
Okay.
us to see you on screen, we should stop sharing screen, or if not, just a little bit
Okay.
of bigger sharing of the screen. Yeah.
Okay. Is that better, Bianca?
We should see the full screen. We're not seeing the full screen right now.
Okay, let me try. Let me
Right
try
now we
again.
see you. Right now we
Okay.
see you, so it's good.
Okay. All right. So right now we're looking at the titles of the people over here. And 70% of you are entrepreneurs or founders, 18% CEOs. The poll results are still coming in. Okay, I'm going to end the poll and share the results, okay? And then you can see that there are a number of people who are coaches. 15% of you are coaches. That's phenomenal. So there's going to be a section of this where I'm going to talk specifically to CEOs, founders, especially coaches, and you're going to learn some of the best practices I found. Okay, so now we have an idea of who's here. And as a speaker, that really helps. So every time I get on stage, I can look at the audience and I can see if it's predominantly women, predominantly men. I'll often ask people to raise their hand, and then I adjust my conversation to whom I'm speaking to. Obviously, it's harder to do that on Zoom, but now because of this poll data, I know whom I'm speaking to. So thank you for giving me that data. And now we all know each other a little bit more. So let's go back to the presentation. I want to share with you some of the key ideas. So I want to start with part one. And part one is called the 4 rules for dominating life and the world. Okay, so if you're an entrepreneur, there are certain prejudices, biases, and beliefs that we will inevitably take on. Bianca, I'm doing a quick check. Can you see my screen okay now?
Yes, now it's perfect.
Okay, and you can see me too, right?
Yes.
Fantastic. And I'm going to open up the chat so I can also see what you guys are saying. The first piece of advice I want to give you is a really incredible bit of advice that I got from a billionaire. So this is the first of the 4 rules that I want you to understand. And I know the audience here is predominantly women. And I think this rule is going to be something that many of you will quite relate to. So a couple of years ago, actually it was 1 year ago, it was February last year, I was in Dubai. And a friend of mine said, Vishen, you have to meet this man. He's a really remarkable man. I want you to meet him. He is going to blow your mind. So this man was a billionaire. His name is Wayne Boss. He had taken 7 companies public. And I was invited to Wayne's apartment. It was this gorgeous apartment overlooking the Palm in Dubai. Wayne was on the 23rd floor of this huge tower. And looking out of his balcony, you could see the entire vista of the city. You could see the entire Palm. This apartment was a gem. And Wayne took me out to his balcony. And as we were looking out at one of the most beautiful views I've ever seen in a private apartment, he said, Vishen, do you know what it takes to be a billionaire? And I said, I don't, tell me. And Wayne said, if you want to be a billionaire, listen carefully. Work 21 hours a week. You work too much. So my mind was blown. 21 hours a week. And I didn't really believe him. So he said, let me explain and let me show you how I live my life. I work 7 hours on Tuesday, 7 hours on Wednesday, 7 hours on Thursday. I keep Monday and Friday free for opportunity. You see, if you want to be really rich, you cannot just be buried in one business. You got to have multiple streams of income. By keeping Monday and Friday free, this is what happens. If somebody calls me up in London and says, Wayne, I have this incredible business proposal for you. Can you be here? I can fly out Thursday evening, be in London, experience London, go out and connect with my friends, be back Monday evening for work on Tuesday. If you can do that with your life, if you can create these buffers of freedom, you will get richer faster. Wayne went on to explain, most people don't do that. Most people are so in their work that their entrepreneurship journey shackles them. They become an entrepreneur because they want to be free, but then the business has golden handcuffs on them and they get trapped. And when Wayne said that, it really hit me because that is how I was leading my life for the first 10 years of building Mindvalley. I did not get that. And so as I was building the company, I found that I had to put in more hours and more hours and more hours. I found that I started putting on weight. I actually, at one point, so right now I'm about 15% body fat, right? At one point, I was just under 25% body fat. That's almost obese. Can you imagine me like being obese? But I was there for 3 or 4 years. And it correlated with the time I was working the hardest on my business, so hard that I wasn't making time for health practices, for eating healthy, for working out. Now, Wayne's advice is really powerful, but let me put it into the first rule. And the first rule I want all of you guys to get is this: there is no correlation between hard work and success. Yesterday, I had a woman interview me, wonderful woman. She was a Chilean podcast host. And as she was interviewing me, I flipped the interview back to her. And I asked her, what is your biggest challenge right now growing your business? So she said, I'm making 5 figures a month, but I've been stuck at 5 figures a month. I asked her, what's your biggest challenge? And she says, my biggest challenge is this: I'm afraid of success. And I said, bullshit. There is no such thing as fear of success. That is a bullshit idea that you've taken on from the culture scape. What really is it? And she goes, well, I'm afraid that if I get more successful, I will lose my freedom. And I value my freedom. I want to be able to travel. I want to be able to spend time with my friends. And I'm afraid that if I get more successful, if I go beyond 5 figures, I'm going to lose that freedom. And I explained this story to her. And I explained this rule to her. There is no correlation between hard work and success. So I want you to imagine this, okay? If you're running a marathon, there are different ways people run marathons. Some people will run 2 kilometers and then they are tired and that's it. They want to go back and rest. Some people push themselves to 5 kilometers. Some people push themselves to 15. But there's this interesting mark when you come to running a marathon, and it's called the wall. And you hit the wall at around 21 kilometers. That's about 9 miles. And at 21 kilometers, all of a sudden, your body will say, nope, not going to do it. No. And you have to push through that. And if you push through that, what actually happens is it gets easier, not harder. You suddenly get this thing called a second wind, and then completing the marathon becomes easier. It's the midpoint that's harder. Now, the same thing applies to business. There are some of you who want to get to 1 million, and then you're like, that's it, I'm done. And that's okay. Once you get to 1 million, that is huge, guys. That is freaking huge. And you should be celebrating. Some of you will want to get to 2 million, some to 5. And if you may decide to stop, that's great. Some of you will want to push to that magic number of 20 million. I'd say maybe 1 in 3,000 entrepreneurs get there. And then some of you will push past the wall, 20 million to 40, 50 million. That's equivalent to going from 20 kilometers on a marathon to 40 kilometers, completing the marathon. And I'll tell you this, it gets easier. The first 1 million is going to be tough. It's almost as the universe saying, you really want to go down this path? Okay, I'm going to test you. The second 1 million gets easier. Getting to 5 is easier than getting to 1. I found that the hardest part was getting to 20. It took me a crazy long time to get to 20. But then getting from 20 to 100 was so relatively easy by comparison. If I put it in my perspective, it was maybe 12 to 14 years to get to 20 million, then 5 years to get from 20 to 100. I want you guys to remember that because there's a really, really, really important lesson here. It gets easier the bigger you get. Okay, keep that in mind. It will get easier. In other words, the more you learn, the more you can navigate with complexity, the more you can deal with difficulty. And so if you are struggling right now with 1, it doesn't mean that you cap your mission at 1 million. Aim for 2, aim for 3. As soon as you overcome 1 million, everything you learn is going to accelerate your path. So know that. This is why there is no such thing as a fear of success, because the more successful you get, the easier it gets. And this brings us to rule 2. So this is a picture I took this morning. This gorgeous. That's Richard Branson's house. It's from the same island that we're on. And you can see this beautiful sunset. So this is Mosquito Island. And then off in the distance is Necker Island, also owned by Branson. Mosquito Island is shared between Naveen and Branson and lots of other wonderful billionaires. And I come to these islands quite often. This is in fact my 5th trip here, I think. The first few trips, going to play this for you so you can see. Isn't that gorgeous? Now, if you look there at this picture, there are two islands. You can see this island in the distance, then you can see Branson's house. So Branson's owned both this island. And one of the days I came here, Branson woke us all up at 6 a.m. to give us a challenge, right? The challenge was this. We had to swim from one island to another island with him. Swim from one to another. Now that is 5 kilometers across open water. So this was the group of people that were swimming. And I am not a good swimmer. So I wasn't even meant to be part of this group. I was going to go on the safety boat and my job was to take photographs. That was it. But then I witnessed something. As Branson got in the water, he realized he forgot his goggles. He didn't want to run away all the way up the hill to collect his goggles. So he said, I'm just going to backstroke. So this guy who is pushing 70 decided to backstroke 5 kilometers in open water. All of the other entrepreneurs, all of a sudden, they got this sudden boost because it was so remarkable to see a person of that age pull this off. Now, I was so inspired by seeing this act of bravery, I decided, even though I hardly swim, to dive in and attempt it. Now, I can tell you, I didn't make it 5 kilometers, but I was so proud of the fact that I made about 2.5 to 3 kilometers before I had to jump on the safety boat. Then we got to the end. We got from Necker Island to Mosquito Island, 5 kilometers across open sea. We had a beautiful breakfast. Then Branson turned to the strongest swimmer, which was this woman, Stephanie. And he said, congratulations, you beat all the men. I want to give you a challenge. Swimming one way is tough enough. No one has ever swum both ways, 5 kilometers and then 5 kilometers back. Swimming back, let me warn you, is against the current. I challenge you to do it. Steph jumped in and she became the first human being that we know of to swim both ways. This woman crushed all of the men. But there was a really interesting thing that I learned from Branson that day. Okay, so firstly, ladies, I want you to know, like in today's age, women can crush men in so many areas, including business, or in this case, swimming. But there was a very important thing I learned from Branson. He's a busy guy. His companies employ 50,000 people. Yet, he will make space to wake up at 6 a.m., swim for 2 hours. It was a 2-hour swim for 2 hours from Necker Island to Mosquito Island, have breakfast with as random entrepreneurs that were visiting, push back his meetings, challenge Steph to swim back, wait for Steph on the other side, greet her, and then go back to what he has to do. In short, he has this healthy balance between life and work. I noticed that with Naveen as well. Every morning, waking up over here, Naveen takes us on a 1-hour hike, uphill and downhill. He chooses the time he works, but he'll also go off and play tennis. Yesterday, we spent 2 hours working out in the gym. They prioritize health, wellness, and life. They've created lifestyles of freedom. But let me tell you why. And this brings me to the second rule, navigation versus acceleration. Okay, so this is really important. How much time are you spending navigating your business? And how much time are you spending accelerating on your business? Now, I'll tell you a secret. The entrepreneurs that are struggling spend the vast majority of their time, 100% of their time, accelerating. That means they are in front of their laptops. They are working, they're coding, they're tweaking, they're talking to their team, they're in meetings. And that is a horrible way to run a business or grow your business. You have to have at least 20% of your time in navigation mode. So what is navigation? So acceleration is when you're driving forward. Navigation is when you're looking at the map and going, am I driving in the right direction? Navigation is that. So what does navigation look like in real life? It means making space to go to mastermind groups. When I was on that island with Branson, I was navigating. I paid $40,000 to be part of a mastermind, to sit down with other cutting edge entrepreneurs. And for 5 days, we would discuss our businesses. We would talk about our pain, talk about our problems. Other entrepreneurs would advise us. Branson would come and have breakfast with us and mentor us. That's navigation. You're also navigating if you block off time during your work hour to read books on your business. No matter what your role is, you need to be studying. There's a really incredible book on business called 4 Disciplines of Execution, right? And it's about how to execute fast. And you know what one of the disciplines is? One of the disciplines actually is to stop executing and carve out at least 2 hours a week, non-negotiable time in your calendar where you'd stop executing and you actually read books or you attend seminars or lectures like this on how to execute better. So if you're a customer support person, you might go read books on service. If you're a CEO, you might pick up a book on being a CEO. The book is called 4 Disciplines of Execution. And the book says, at a minimum, have 2 hours a week that you dedicate to navigation. So in my life, I dedicate 50% of my time to navigation. Now, as you build a team, you can increase your ratio of navigation to acceleration. So I'm in meetings roughly 4 hours a day. Actually, probably less at this point, 3 to 3.5 hours a day on average. And then the rest of the time, I travel. So I'm here right now with Naveen. I'm teaching this class. I'm flying out to San Juan tomorrow to meet some of my business partners, just to have lunch with them, see how they're doing. Then I'm flying to Miami to meet another potential business partner. Again, just to connect, we're going to retreat together. Then I'm flying to Milan to meet another business partner and members of my team. All of this is navigation. I spend 90% of my time for the business communicating with people on my mobile phone or face-to-face, not in front of my laptop. Sometimes I go for a week without ever opening up my laptop. Navigation is important. So, second rule. Now, you guys remember the first rule? No correlation between success and hard work, okay? Don't think that you have to increase your working hours. If you decide you only want to work 40 hours a week, fantastic. But the second rule is this. From those 40 hours a week, carve out at minimum 2 hours a week. And no one is allowed to take this time from you. If your team member needs a meeting, you make them wait. But in this 2 hours, you learn to be a better entrepreneur. You can take a course on entrepreneurship in Mindvalley. You can read a book. You can be attending a lecture like this. 2 hours a week, no matter how freaking busy you are. If you don't do this, you will perpetually be in the hamster wheel. But in the 2 hours a week, you will learn new ideas to make you faster. You will learn new belief systems to make you better. Both of these things will increase your output per hour. And we'll come to that again in a moment, output per hour. Okay, now, the third idea has to do with this, when things go wrong. So how many of you here believe entrepreneurship is hard? Just say yes if you believe that. So I used to think so. I used to think, okay, if you're an entrepreneur, you got to be really good at dealing with problems, okay? If you're an entrepreneur, you got to have incredible stress resilience. If you're an entrepreneur, you got to be able to be highly adaptable. All of this is true. But one day, I met this Chinese grandmaster. His name is Barry Morgan. He's actually American, but he studied in China, and he is a Chinese grandmaster in spiritual energy and qigong, and he trains many of the top entrepreneurs in the world. And Barry said, Vishen, why do you have that belief? Why do you believe that problems are going to come your way? Why do you believe that you need high stress resilience? What if there's a belief that if you took on that can override everything else and just make life easy? So he said, I want you to write this down. This needs to be a goal of yours. This needs to be a belief. And this new belief is this: I solve all problems that come my way in a fun and easy way. You see, everything that we believe about the world will be true for the world. Science has studied this. If you believe that you're sick, you become sick. If a doctor gives you a placebo and tells you that this pill is going to cure you, you actually get cured. And they're finding right now that even if you believe you've had surgery when you haven't had surgery, things like arthritis can disappear. So he said, since our beliefs shape the world at the deepest spiritual sense, why do you believe in problems? And yes, it's great to say I'm great at solving problems, but what if you simply believe that any problem is simply a puzzle and that you solve it in a fun and easy way? So my daughter loves playing with Rubik's Cubes. Rubik's Cubes are a really interesting problem, but she'll sit down with a Rubik's Cube. She's 9 years old and she loves spinning the cube and solving the cube. And then she's proud that she solved the cube. When a Rubik's Cube is messed up, she doesn't see that and go, gosh, this is really stressing me out. Oh, I'm going to have to solve this. I can solve it, but I'm going to have to solve it. She goes, wow, I'm going to solve this in a fun and easy way. And that's the way you have to approach every single problem that comes to you in business. So when I wake up in the morning, I repeat this mantra. I solve all problems that come my way in a fun and easy way. If you're familiar with lofty questions, you can say, why do I solve all problems that come my way in a fun and easy way? Okay, this is the third belief. And now we come to the final belief. So this is, by the way, this was my view this morning. I woke up at 5. I've been waking up at 5:30 every day for these views. And that's the islands I had to swim from. The one in the far distance there is Necker. This is Mosquito. That's literally the swim I had to do. But the reason I come to these islands, and the first 3 times I came here, I was paying $40,000. That's a lot, right? The last 2 times, because I'm at the level where I'm at, I came as a guest. I came as a friend. So I'm here now as a friend of Naveen. And I'm proud that I got to that level where wonderful people want to hang out with me and we exchange ideas. But these were some of the pictures from the masterminds I did. You can see Branson sitting in one of those pictures. And being with these group of people changed me, because prior to this, my inspiration and the people I was hanging out with in Malaysia were the people I went to school with and were my employees. And my employees are amazing and they're brilliant and they are smart, but they have different problems from the problems I would have as a founder. I needed to hang out with founders because founders have different problems that they need to solve, ideally in a fun and easy way. But also founders can inspire each other. Being in Malaysia, it is rare. I remember when I met a guy in Malaysia who had a company that was doing 2 million. That was such a big deal. But here, I met a guy who ran an airport logistics company and he was doing 100 million. And I remember sitting down with him. I was doing a really tiny amount back then, sitting down with him and asking him, how do you do it? How do you have the freedom? How do you deal with thousands of employees? How do you deal with all of that responsibility? How do you stay healthy? And his answers opened me up to new beliefs, to new ideas. So the key lesson over here, and then there's another person in this picture who actually ended up investing in one of my early ideas. I won't point him out, but he's in this picture. So through these connections, I found an investor. I found people who inspired me. The third idea is this: your network correlates to your net worth. The more people you know and the more people you are connected to, the wealthier you are going to be. Right? So, oh, by the way, somebody said, I thought no investments. Mindvalley has not taken investments. But remember, I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've started other companies, right? I've started many companies in different fields. Mindvalley is just my main company. And in 2013, I shut all the other companies down just to focus on Mindvalley, okay? But some of those other companies did take investments. Okay, so the rule is your network correlates to your net worth. The more people you're connected to, the more likelihood you will have of success. So let's recap the 4 rules. Do you guys remember the 4 rules? See if you can type it out right now in your own words. Okay, so the first rule is super simple. Try to remember it. When you ask yourself to remember it, it's more likely to sink in. The first rule, the rule isn't work 21 hours. If you're a billionaire and you have a large team, you can do that. The rule is this, okay? Success has no correlation with hard work. Now, by the way, if you're starting out a company, you still should aim to work 21 hours. I said aim. It may not be realistic, but aim. Because if you aim to work 21 hours, you will make better decisions. You will learn how to make things operationally efficient. You will learn how to use AI. You will learn how to hire people. You will learn how to build a team. So you still want to aim. You may have to start with 40 hours, but then slowly you will lower that. And again, working 21 hours doesn't mean that you're not working in the excess time and you're watching Netflix. What are you doing? You are navigating, right? So the 21 hours is acceleration. I do 21 hours acceleration. I do another 20 hours navigation. So I work about 41 hours. And what is navigating? Navigating is reading. It's studying. It's having inspiring conversations. Today, me and Naveen took a 1-hour hike with my son. And we were advising my son on college applications. That's navigating. I was learning from Naveen how all his kids, how his kids got into Stanford and Harvard. Navigation is conversation. Navigation is study. Navigation is exploration. Entrepreneurs are explorers. You have to explore to gain the insight. But remember, you start gently. Okay, so you're not going to get to 21 hours, but at minimum, starting tomorrow, look at your calendar and budget out 2 hours a week that you're going to dedicate to navigation. And then go and buy a great book on entrepreneurship. I think a good book to start is my book, The Buddha and the Badass. I'm not saying it because it's my book. If you're here, it means you appreciate my work. The Buddha and the Badass will take you into a deep journey. And you can read the book in about, if you're reading it for 2 hours a week, you'll finish the book in 3 weeks, right? But it'll change the way you see your business. So starting tomorrow, dedicate 2 hours a week to navigation. All right, now let's go on to the next rule. The next rule was this: change your frame on problems. Yes, being stress resilient is important. Yes, being adaptable is important, but rather take on this idea: I solve all problems that come my way in a fun and easy way. When you start seeing life like that, it'll actually change your stress response. But not only that, I found that when I took on this belief, ideas would literally melt like ice. Even if something goes wrong, there'd be a learning. The idea would melt like ice, and then me or one of my team members would just come up with a solution. This has become one of the most powerful internal beliefs. You see, our beliefs will make our world. What you believe will be true. If you believe that you age slowly, you will literally age slowly. If you believe you are a great public speaker, you're more likely to become a public speaker. This does not mean you don't do the work, but the belief combined with the work will make things happen. And this is one of the most powerful beliefs you can have. And then the final thing is your network correlates to your net worth. Make an effort to know people, to connect deeply, get out of your business. I'm doing this thing right now where every morning I want to start my morning with a walk. And I'm going to invite local entrepreneurs in my city to just walk with me. So I can learn about their company. They can learn about my company. If their company is small, if it's 1 million, it doesn't mean that they're not worth my time, because maybe I want to invest in their company. Maybe they have a skill set that could really benefit me. So size of your accomplishment has nothing to do with it. What I care about is the size of your dream. How dedicated are you to building something great? How dedicated are you to learning, to sharing, to being kind? So anyway, if you happen to be an entrepreneur in Tallinn, Estonia, where I live, I'm going to start these morning walks. Feel free to reach out to me on Instagram, and I'd love to walk with you. I'm going to start doing these walks around 8 a.m. every morning, uphill. So you want to walk with me uphill, and then we'll get coffee together. I want to learn about new ideas, about new businesses, for investment opportunities, for ideas. And I suggest you do the same as well. Start this navigation approach. And then the final idea is this: your network correlates to your net worth. Okay, so what I want you to do right now, I'm going to stop sharing. What I want you to do right now is in the chat, type out a key idea or a commitment that you're making to yourself. Is it that you're going to set aside 2 hours? Is it that you're going to start morning walks? Is it that you're going to start repeating that mantra: I solve all problems that come to me in a fast and easy way? Is it that you're going to time box yourself? Okay, so I'm seeing this come up, right? Bianca, you want to read some of these out to me?
Yes, for sure. Let's see.
So
the chat is super fast. Let's see. More networking, and then set aside 2 hours and start networking walks. Repeat the mantra and time box myself. Let's see another one. Success and hard work is not related. The mantra is mine from today. Mantra: I get to grow my business with ease and flow.
I love that. I see some cute spelling mistakes. I solve all problems in a funk and easy way. Wow. I'd love to see how you solve it with funk. That's awesome. Time boxing, that's great.
Consistent.
Amazing. Okay, so now let's go on to the next section. Okay. Now, the next section, let's talk about dealing with money, because entrepreneurs make this problem. Okay. We constantly have an issue with dealing with money. And part of this has to do with unlearning some of the lessons from our parents. So let me ask you all a question. How many of you here were told that you need to save and budget? Put a yes if you were told you need to save and budget. How many of you here were told that if you're starting a business, don't pay yourself, keep all the money in the business, so your business is going to succeed? I can tell you both of those rules are going to hurt your efforts to success. Yet I had those rules. Okay, so let's talk about money. So when it comes to money, I've learned from many great people. I've interviewed Ramit Sethi. I've interviewed so many incredible leaders in money. Ken Honda. Mindvalley just signed an incredible new a teacher of finances, Jaspreet Singh. He has a huge YouTube channel. So there are many different philosophies of money, but one of the greatest philosophies I learned is from Paul Becker. He wrote a brilliant book that changed my life called Secrets of a Millionaire Mind. So I was attending a 5,000 person Harv Eker class in Malaysia. And he shared this really interesting model of money called the 6-jar technique. And I want to share the 6-jar technique with you. So imagine for a moment that you have a bank account where you can create 6 different bank accounts, right? So you have a bank where you can create multiple different accounts, maybe an account for money to save up for higher education, maybe an account for to share with your family for groceries. We call these accounts jars, just for simplicity's sake. And Harv shared how you want to divide your monthly income into these jars. Now, there's a beautiful psychological principle in this division, and we're going to come to this principle as we go along. But the thing is, most people keep one jar. All your money is in one bank account. This is not smart. Whether you are an entrepreneur or you want to be one, you got to look at the 6-jar model. Now, here's the first jar. It's called the FFA jar, Financial Freedom Account jar. This is where you place everything for your financial freedom. This is where you save money to perhaps start a future business for passive income. So if you're making $10,000 a month, and again, I'm just using a round number over here. If you're using $10,000 a month, $1,000 every month goes into your financial freedom account. So maybe you dream of starting a business. This $1,000 is going to be your seed capital. Maybe you don't want to start a business. Maybe you want to buy an apartment or lease an apartment, then put it on Airbnb so that the apartment will be earning money. Great. That money to lease or buy that apartment is coming from your financial freedom account. So your financial freedom account, 10% of whatever you earn goes here, and you're going to invest this money to multiply money. Make sense? This is the first account. Now, the second account is called long-term savings for spending. This is 10% of your account. Now, these are for essentials. It could be a down payment for a house. Now, if you are buying a house to live in, it would be coming from this account. If you're buying a house to put on Airbnb, to rent, or to flip, it would come from financial freedom. Do you guys see the difference? Okay. Now, in your LTSS, your long-term savings for spending, this is where you put money for your kids' education, because that can be expensive. Your future car, your future home. Okay, so LTSS. Now, let me talk to those of you who are from developing countries. I grew up in Malaysia, and I see there are many people here from Hungary, from Nigeria, from Vietnam. I see all of these different countries. Now, I want you to know that the messaging here applies just as much to you as it does to the average American or Western European. I built Mindvalley from Malaysia. I'm proud of that. And the rules I'm sharing will apply if you are in Malaysia or Vietnam or Indonesia or Sri Lanka or India. Okay, so do not underestimate yourself. In today's world, you can be anywhere in the world, Nicaragua, Syria, Ukraine, Beirut, and you can still build successful companies. I literally know people who are successful entrepreneurs from all 4 of those countries that just popped up on my screen. Now, growing up in Malaysia, my father needed to save money to send me to university in the US. And this is why an LTSS is so important, right? You want to start saving up money for your children. You want to think about your children. While growing up in Malaysia is great, I know that my kids, when it comes to a college education, I want them in the UK or the US because that's where great universities are. So you want to start saving. That's your LTSS. Now, the third account is education. This is for your education, 10%. This is money that you invest to go into navigation mode. It's money you might pay, you might keep aside for networking groups, for courses, for seminars. Education is so important because every time you invest in your education, your potential to earn money goes up. I remember when I first started Mindvalley, I was earning, and I remember because I was so careful about this, I constantly measured my average earnings per hour, because I knew what I was earning in my day job and I wanted my entrepreneurial job to earn me more. And I remember I needed to learn copywriting. I needed to learn marketing. I was running a meditation website, right? So I saved money to buy a $2,000 copywriting course. and I saved money to attend a $10,000 marketing seminar. But very rapidly, my ability to pull in clients through better marketing, better copy went. When I first started, I was earning $50 an hour. Soon that rapidly shot up to $300 an hour because I was putting money aside from my $50 an hour, saving it up, and then using that to invest in the right courses. And that would increase my hourly rate. So you want to be very cognizant of your hourly rate, and you want to invest in the right learnings to jack up your hourly rate. Some of the stuff that you're learning here, I can guarantee you will jack up your hourly rate. We're going to be coming to a lot of that soon. Okay, now we come to lesson number 4, necessities. This is the bulk of your money, but 55%. So the problem with most people is they would spend 80, 90% of their money on necessities. This is where you got to discipline yourself. You want to get rich? This is where some sacrifice comes in. So try to budget 55% of your money on necessities. Now, for some of you, this may mean that you want to move in a slightly smaller apartment. It may mean that you don't eat out as often as you want. It may mean that you may have to get a cheaper barber. But by being able to lower your necessity cost, you can save up money to make money. And this is the secret. Save up money to make money. Now we come to number 5. This is the play jar. So this is really important. This is where, while necessities are important, the play jar, which is another 10%, is where you're allowed to have fun in life. So why is budgeting stupid? It's honestly so stupid, because when you budget, you're actually telling your brain that money is scarce. So even Ramit Sethi, who's one of the greatest money advisors out there, says, don't budget. Don't learn that from your parents. Don't be cheap. 10% of your money you want to spend on luxury. So if you save up 10% of your money in your luxury account, and one day you want to bump yourself up to business class, do it. You want to take your partner out to an expensive restaurant, do it. You want to take a staycation in a 5-star hotel, do it. Go for a massage or spa, do it. You have to expose your brain to pricks of luxury, because this is going to improve your wealth mindset. This is more important than budgeting. Budgeting will basically lower your potential to earn money. So remember, by setting a clear delineator, 55% goes in your necessities jar, that's budgeting. But you are still going to spend 1,000 of your 10,000 a month on luxury. And this is luxury, guys. I don't mean a cheap ass restaurant. I mean fine dining. Find a Michelin star restaurant and treat yourself to it. I mean a fine 5-star spa, a 5-star hotel like the Six Senses. You must do that. So depending on what you're earning right now, it may take you longer to save up to do it. But if you don't expose yourself to that, you will not expand your wealth mindset. And now we come to the 6th jar, the give jar. This is where you give money. So, religions like Islam speak about giving money. Many of us are charitable people. The gift jar is where you commit to giving away 5% of your wealth. So I signed something called the Founders Pledge. And the Founders Pledge means that when I sell my company, the money that I get, a percentage of that money is going to go to NGOs that are working on climate change. So I officially signed the pledge. So now I've officially made that commitment. And it's a very important thing. Now, we know some of you are saying, but I pay my taxes. Right, you pay your taxes, that's fine. But I can tell you, if you're going a little bit beyond 5%, there's this energy that comes back to you. I'm not talking about karma. I'm not talking about good deeds, although you can believe in all of that. When you give money, you're telling yourself that money comes to me in abundance, in such abundance that I can give it away. And in every scenario I've seen, you get way more of that money back. Yes, it's called tithing. So here's a summary, okay? So this is how you want to manage your money, no matter how much you're earning. Even if you're earning $1,000 a month, 10% for financial freedom, LTSS 10%, 10% for education, 55% for necessities, 10% for play, 5% for give. Now, maybe there's someone here, some of you here who might be having a money crunch right now. And maybe your necessities is 90%. That's okay. but you have to slowly lower it down to 55. Even if your necessities are 90%, great. You want to start already creating a financial freedom account and putting just a couple of bucks in there. And then a long-term savings account, putting a couple of bucks out there, and still occasionally treating yourself to luxury. Okay, now debt. Where does debt go? You want to slowly start paying off your debt. So I get that, right? Especially in America. I read recently that the average New Yorker is worth minus $3,000 because of American debt, right? Credit card debt. You want to start paying off your debt. Debt in the right way can be useful, but otherwise you want to start paying off your debt if it's crippling. So if you have debt, you might create a 7th jar and you might use that for debt. Now I see some of you are saying, I already pay taxes. That's fine. Look, that's your business. The gift jar is optional. If you feel that you're in a country where you're paying so much in taxes, then okay, if you want to consider that giving, that's up to you. It's how you feel about it, okay? It's how you feel about it. And that's the important thing. If you feel that money is to you easily and you feel really comfortable giving, you're going to get more money. If you feel really horrible about your taxes, that's going to hurt your money potential. So I hope you guys found this useful. And we're now going to go to the next part of the presentation, the mind of Naveen Jain. I see Naveen walking in right now, but we're going to do a quick break for around 2-3 minutes. Bianca, I'll let you entertain the group, take a few questions. We'll go on a break for 3 minutes and then Naveen will join us.
All right, so guys, we're gonna go on a quick break. If you want to grab some water, go do that. I'm gonna actually play a little bit of music if you guys want that too, just to entertain a little bit here. Let's see. All righty. Let me know, guys, in the chat if you would start hearing the music in the background.
Hi, everyone. I am back with Naveen Jain. Bianca, thank you. So we have 3,700 people over here. And we're excited to get started. Naveen, you can see the incredible chat. The people here are truly global. This is from all around the world. It's roughly 50% in the United States, 50% every other country. So Naveen, I already introduced you in the beginning, so people know about your brilliance. I even shared some pictures of this beautiful home that we're in. And so let me tell you why it's so good to have Naveen here. All of us need people who can spark new ways of thinking for us, right? So we all need mentors. We all need people who can get us out of our comfort zone. For many of us, including me, for the longest time, the people I associated with were incredible people, but they were at the same level as me. And the problem with associating with people at the same level, even though they can be incredible friends, incredible employees, is that you stay at that level. The late personal growth teacher, Jim Rohn, said, you are the sum of the 5 people closest to you. So if you get connected to people just a little bit above you, you start going up. When I was at 1 million in my business, I deliberately went and connected with entrepreneurs, and I joined networking groups with guys who had $5 million businesses. When I got to 5, I sought out people who had $10 million businesses at 10, 20, at 20, 50. Now that the businesses are 100 million and we are at such a degree of complexity, I need mentors like Naveen to help me think even bigger. Now, that said, we know that 70% of you are small business owners under 1 million. And so I shared that with Naveen as well, so he knows the audience. Yep. So we're not going to be talking over your head. We're not going to be talking about like how to, send rockets to the moon. What we'll talk about though is your journey when you were getting started. Of course. How did you build so many successful companies? How did you become the first private citizen to get permission to land robots on the moon? How did you create Biome, your company here, the gut microbiome testing? I want to understand the mind of Naveen Jain. How would you like to begin, Naveen?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Vishen, and I want to welcome every single of you on this quest with me. And when I say quest, it's really a lifelong journey of learning. So to me, Mindvalley quest, or anything you call, it's about how do you constantly remain curious and learn every single day something new, because it has to be a lifelong education, not a 4-year course, not a one-time thing. Now, to me, making money has always been as a byproduct of doing things that improve other people's lives. So let me just reframe that thing. Everything a business owner does can only succeed in a long term when you are actually doing something that makes someone else's life better. That's how you sell a product. A product or a service is designed to do something that makes someone else happier, make their life better. Whether you're selling a pastry or whether you're actually building a product that makes their things, whatever they do, better, easier, cheaper, faster, but it makes their life better. Now, the more people you can help becoming better through your product or a service, the bigger the revenue for you. So to me, never focus on how do I create $100 million company. You focus on saying, how do I help 1 million people live a better life? How do I help 10 million people live a better life? How do I help 1 billion people live a better life? And you can create a $100 billion company, but you don't wake up in the morning and saying, I want to create a $100 billion company. What do I do? So making money is a byproduct of doing things that improve people's life, right? Now, there are many things you could do when you start a company. And there's a myth out there that says, if I do something smaller, it's easier to do than to send rockets to the moon, or to do something so audacious that people say that's absolutely a crazy idea. And what I learned over time is that, in fact, the more audacious the problem, easier it is to solve it. And I think, Vishen, you and I have talked a lot about that, is that why an audacious problem, an audacious goal is easier to achieve than something smaller, right? And so, in some sense, when you look at the stuff and saying, I want to do something small, like I'm not minimizing that thing. Say, I want to build an iPhone app, right? That will help you find a roommate. And you come to me with that idea, and my answer will be, yeah, great idea, interesting idea, enjoy. I'm not going to say, oh my God, you're changing the way people are going to live their life. I want to be part of this. right? So when you come up with something so audacious that changes how people are going to live their life, every single smart person want to be part of that solution, right? The smartest people want to work on the hardest problems. And secondly, the people who are successful, they want to become significant. They want to work on something that's legacy making for them, something that would change the way people live their life. So the more audacious the idea is, smarter people you are able to attract. And when you have smart people who are working for you, the money comes to you because the money is attracted to the smart group of people, right? So suddenly you have the team, you have the money, and you're able to execute on these big ideas rather than struggling every single day to make the ends meet when you have something small.
So that's really interesting. So you're saying the bigger the idea, the easier it gets, because smart people want to work on great ideas. Investors want to hear great ideas. The bolder you are, the easier it gets. But don't you also set yourself up sometimes for greater failure, because it's so much, it can also be more challenging. You don't know if you're going to get there.
Oh, very good point, Vishen. So just because you have this great idea doesn't mean you're going to boil the ocean in one day. What you do is you set out this picture that sets out that when you are successful in life, what that life will look like. So you start to describe your product as if it's already done. It may be 10 years away from getting done. So what you do is you say, my goal and my mission is to do this audacious idea, right? So like, for example, if we talk about Viome, I would say our mission in life to make illness optional. What if we can understand what is going on in human body that causes you to have diabetes, causes you to have a heart disease, have depression, anxiety, or you can't lose weight. Now, if we can understand what is it that happens in the human body, we can prevent it. We should be able to stop the progression of it and or possibly outright reverse it, right? And now that goal doesn't mean you start on day one to say that is how I'm going to do that. You take a first step and say, to solve this big problem, I have to first understand this. And then you start solving and get a proof of concept and you get enough customers buy into it. Then you say, oh, now that we know this, I need to do this. And now you have more customers coming in because now you already have the knowledge of this. And I can describe to you in more details how I actually went about doing that. But it was literally showing the vision, starting out very small and then showing them the path from here to there. So what investors are looking for is to say, hey, I don't want to be part of a company that at best can be $10 million company. They just don't have, because remember, to invest in you, somebody has to do a lot of work. They have to put their name to it. They have to do the due diligence and all their work has to be done. They don't want to do something if it is going to be such a small idea. So they want to know that if it succeeds, it can be massive idea, even though they know you're starting here, but you have a path to get to that. And that's really what you do, is to keep taking smaller ideas, getting a proof of concept, moving on to the next thing, moving on to the next thing. And next thing you know, you have this massive ocean that you're boiling.
So what you're saying is that, rather than say, oh, Viome provides customized supplements for a healthy gut. You're saying, no, Viome's goal is to make illness optional.
That's right. So when we started Viome, our fundamental thing was, what questions are the people asking in the industry that were actually wrong questions, at least in our opinion? And we want to look at this problem differently. So maybe let me step back for a second here, Vishen. When you start a company, you ask yourself a set of questions that allows you to, in fact, look at the problem from a different perspective. So for example, when I start any company, I ask myself 3 questions. Why this? Why now? Why me? And every entrepreneur should ask that. Why this is something I already talked about. You ask yourself, God forbid, I am actually successful in solving the problem that I set out to do. Would it someday help 1 billion people live a better life, right? Now, all that means is, if I'm able to one day really understand how every chronic disease happens, including cancer and aging, would it help 1 billion people? And the answer is 8 billion people if we can do that. It's a massive problem to be solved. The next question you ask yourself is, why now? Is now the right time to do that? And the way you know that is not that you have a crystal ball. What you're really doing is to say, hey, what had changed in the last 1 to 2 years? But more importantly, what do you expect to change in the next 3 to 5 years? What exponential technologies are coming about that will help you solve this problem in 3 to 5 years at a scale, and this problem could not have been solved 5 years ago. That means you're really looking at the exponential curve of the technology, finding the knee of the curve and saying next 3 to 5 years, these technologies are going to converge together, AI and sensors and faster computing, cheaper storage, and all of these things, including digitization, like sequencing, costs are coming down fast enough that in 3 to 5 years, this could actually be at a price point where we can actually make collect a lot of data about it, right? And once you have massive amount of data, now you know the AI can actually manipulate and understand, analyze the data to say what is causing people to have depression. Because once you have this massive amount of data of people who have depression, you can say, oh, look, everybody who has depression has these things that are going on. And now we can say, what can we do to actually stop that from happening? And does the depression goes away? And now it's a very simple problem. AI tells you what to do. You find the right foods, right supplements, and you actually say, did it work? Right? Mm-hmm. The why now is the most important question every entrepreneur must ask himself or herself, which is, what questions are you asking that are different from what everyone else who is your competitor is asking in the field? So when we started Viome, we saw that everyone was focused on understanding your genes, your DNA. And it occurred to us that your genes or your DNA never change when you develop a depression. They don't change when you become diabetic, right? So in a sense that our DNA is always the same from the time we are born to the time we die. And yet we have these diseases. Our human species hasn't changed, yet more and more people are developing more and more diseases at earlier and earlier age. So we realized there had to be something else. And what we realized was that it's not your genes that change, it's your gene expression that always changes. And as we realized that, we say, if we solve that, would it solve the problem? The answer was not yet, because 99% of all the genes that are expressed in our body don't come from our mom and dad. They come from these trillions of microbes that reside in our gut, in our mouth, on our eyes, ears, and all over our body. 100 trillion of these microbes. They are expressing massive amount of biochemical activities that's constantly interacting with the human host and causing inflammation or reducing inflammation. And that means they are really, we as humans are symbiotic ecosystem where we all work together. That was the key to our success. So now we said, look, so I started Googling. I mean, that's literally what I did. Depression and microbiome, cancer and microbiome, diabetes and microbiome, obesity and microbiome. Turns out every one of these diseases was connected to microbiome. Then what do you do next? You say, wow, if everyone believes that microbiome is important, if everyone is also doing microbiome testing, then what am I going to do different that is going to help me solve this problem than everyone else? And it turns out that every microbiome company, and we heard an example today, they all focus on what organisms are in your gut. Well, you have Bacteroidetes, you have Firmicutes. And our thinking was that is the wrong way of looking at it, because if these organisms are like any other human beings, that means there could be thousands of different organisms producing exactly the same thing that's making you sick. Or the same organism can produce something good in one environment and something toxic in another environment, right? So that means now it's all about what they are producing, not who they are. Like Gandhi said, punish the sin, not the sinner. That means when they do the bad behavior, that's the time to punish them, not when they are just simply human beings until they do the bad behavior, right? So there is no such thing as good person or a bad person. It's a good behavior or a bad behavior, right?
So you have why this, why now, and then why me.
Yeah. So why me was focusing on RNA or gene expression, not the genes, focusing on what microbes are producing, not who the microbes are. And that me was what got us to say, okay, let's find the technology that can allow us to do so. And then I went around the labs in university, found the technology. And that's literally why we created this. So when we started, all we did was just a gut test. And people say, oh, so you're another gut test company. We said, no. We are a company that's going to make illness optional. This is our way of learning what's happening in the gut. And as we learn, we say, oh, now we know enough about what's happening in the gut, but we don't know how it interacts with the human host. So we're going to now do a stool plus blood to see how those two things are interacting. As we launched and learned, we say, oh, you know what? What saliva and what happens when you're chewing your food is impacting how that food is nourishing your body. So we need to actually now analyze that. So we added that. And suddenly now we have so much data, 750 trillion RNA-based pairs. Now we are able to find the predictive biomarkers for cancers, for diabetes, for autism, for heart disease. So we can say, are you moving towards a disease? You're moving away from a disease. We can do that. And my point is simply making the right set of recommendations for food or supplements, you're able to change. But coming back on the point we were trying to make is that every time you look at the problem, the questions you ask is the problem you solve. So what questions are you asking? And I can give you, many ways of looking at the problem. And I think Vishen and I have probably spent hours on the walk talking about how to look at the same problem differently, right? And the key to success is thinking differently about the problem you have, because the solution you are thinking about may be only one of the many solutions, and there may be a better solution.
So this is an interesting thing. So we spoke about why this, why now, why me. Now let's talk about how to think of solutions. So Naveen was walking with my son, and I think you asked my son, what are you really concerned about? And my son said, well, I'm pretty concerned about climate change. How do we reduce, carbon emission? Yeah. And Naveen spoke to him about how he has to think about the problem differently. And the conversation turned to volcanoes. Yes. Could you share that story?
Yeah, so basically what I was saying was, let's assume you're worried about the carbon emission on environment. Obviously everyone knows that humans, by burning fossil fuels, by using the coal plants, are producing massive amount of carbon dioxide. But I'm not trying to minimize what humans do, but if you look at the problem from an objective perspective, almost 90% of all carbon dioxide is actually produced by natural causes, by a lightning striking the forest, basing the forest burning. It is about volcanoes erupting and actually massive amount of carbon dioxide, methane, and a whole bunch of dust that actually creates a massive amount of environmental damage. Now, we think, well, that's a natural stuff, so we can't do anything about it. So let's focus on 5% or 10% that humans do, which is fossil fuel. And I'm not suggesting we shouldn't do that. But I was challenging this young man to say, now imagine, hypothetically, if volcanoes are contributing 20-30% of carbon dioxide, what if we can find a way to stop the volcanoes from erupting? And my first question was, are you crazy? How can you possibly do that? And he said, look, think about why do even volcanoes happen? It happens because there is a tectonic shift happening, and then ultimately there is a tremendous amount of pressure that gets built, and the pressure has to essentially erupt, and you have this massive amount of volcano that's erupt. Now, if you can find a way to know the volcano is going to happen because of seismic waves, can you just do a slow release valve that's slowly releasing the pressure, so there pressure never builds up for it to blow up, right? Just like a pressure cooker, right? Yeah. You can release the pressure, you don't have to have pressure. So just thinking slightly differently gives you another way of looking at that problem that you would have never thought about.
See, that's so interesting. So many people I know out there are looking at, okay, to solve global warming, let's create artificial beef. Yeah. Let's 3D printed meat. Let's shift people to veganism. But I know one here who did something really interesting. She created an AI that, so there's a certain plant, and if you mix this plant with cow food, cows fart less, and a striking amount of greenhouse gas emissions. I think 12% comes from livestock farts, methane emission, right? But if you can get this plant, which is really hard to grow, and you feed it to cows, cow farts go down by 95%. Yeah. And so she figured out an AI technology that pulses light at a right way for the plant to grow. And she's going to reduce cow farts. Like, how cool is that? You think about a different way to solve the problem.
Yeah. And I think another thing, Vishen, just to, go further on that, the second thing is trying to understand the root cause of the problem rather than simply solving the symptom of the problem. And, let me give you an example. So for example, if you look at the world, there is no, I mean, we will all agree that there is a shortage of fresh water in the world, lack of fresh, clean water in the world. And you, as an entrepreneur, you say, I want to solve that problem in Africa where there is just not enough short water, is clean water, fresh water. And you start to build a nano filter straw so you can actually take a dirty water and through nano filtering, you can drink that water. And you feel really good about it. And until you actually ask the question, why do we have a shortage of this water? And then we realize that 50% of all fresh water is used to actually feed agriculture. Mm-hmm. And you say, oh, so agriculture is really the problem. Can we change the way we grow food into hydroponic agriculture, aquaponic agriculture, aeroponic agriculture, whole bunch of different ways so we can reduce the amount of water that is needed. So now we have plenty of fresh water for humans. And you feel really good that you're getting down to the problem.
I love it. So you
you go further and you say, wait a sec, why do we even have so much agriculture? And suddenly you realize majority of the agriculture is used to feed the cattle. So coming back to your cattle, the majority of agriculture that we grow is to feed the cattle. Suddenly you realize, oh, all I have to do is actually reduce the use of cattle. If people want to eat meat, I'm not suggesting don't do that, but can you do exactly what nature does? Take a stem cell from a cow and only grow the muscle tissues. If people only want to eat muscle tissues, just grow the muscle tissues. You don't have to grow the eyes and the ears and everything else. You're not going to eat anyway. So you can simply take a stem cell and grow the muscle tissues, and you can actually make that a food. And suddenly you reduce the number of cattle you need, and suddenly you reduce the agriculture you need, and now you need less fresh water. So by looking down the root cause of the problem, suddenly you realize lack of fresh water is really a synthetic biology problem.
Yeah, and then you get 3D printed meat. So that's how brilliant minds at Silicon Valley think, and that's how Naveen. So Naveen, I know you teach at Singularity University.
I do.
Right? And Singularity University, by the way, guys, I want to recommend it. If any of you want to learn about exponential technologies and how the world is changing, Singularity University has a 7-day program. So I'm signing up for it. And I remember going for it. I went for a talk there and they showed me a potato chip, which was made of beef, but it was lab printed beef. And the guy said, this costs $99 for a single beef potato chip. But he said, watch, in 10 years, this will be like 99 cents. And it'll get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And soon we will not need to kill and massacre cows anymore.
That's right.
Anyway, it's just amazing how these people think. Now, Naveen, advice for people over here. So many people over here are at the 1 million level or under 1 million. They want to build their first $1 million business. Take me through your advice and process. What advice would you give entrepreneurs who are just starting out?
So again, ask yourself, what problem are you solving? And I think a lot of us really get hung up on what we do today. So in a sense, if you are in a trucking business, you think, oh, I am in a trucking business. And if you do that, one day there may be no need for trucks. Is your business gone? So you have to really think to yourself, I am in a transportation business that takes the goods from one place to another place. And it may be truck today. It may be Hyperloop tomorrow. It may not be anything that we know. And it could be even one day, could be Star Trek, like you deatomize something and atomize on the other end. It doesn't matter how the things are transported. You got to think and say, this is a way I do that, but that's not my business. My business is to transport goods. And whatever that happens to be tomorrow, I will use that technology. I'm not married to trucking. I'm not married to rails. I'm not married to planes. I'm not married to Hyperloop. I'm not married to any of these things. These are means to an end. So first question you have to ask yourself is, what problem are you solving? What are your core skills? And is this the right way to apply your skills to? And I'm going to expand on that. Just let me give you the concept, then I'll ground it for you. And the way you do that is, a lot of times people say, hey, I am really good at marketing. So my next job or next thing I need to do is marketing because I'm really good at it. What I ask people is, what makes you good at marketing? And they say, oh, it's because I'm a good listener. I'm a great communicator. I'm able to take the concepts that are really complex and really able to synthesize them in a common words that people can understand. And that's what makes me a great marketing person. And then you suddenly realize these set of skills can be applied to many things, including becoming an entrepreneur, including becoming a salesperson, including becoming a great consultant. So the point really is, once you understand what your core skills are, not what you do, but what are your core skills, what would you do with that, right? So you can say, hey, the business I'm in doing is not what I do. I may sell pastries, but what I'm really doing is I'm creating a morning community where people come together to enjoy a basic luxury of life, right? Something, a basic pleasure, guilt that they want. That's the business I'm in. Today, it may be a pastry and world may move to completely different thing, but you have to redefine yourself. You don't sell pastries, you're selling a pleasurable guilt. And whatever that change, someday it may not be a pastry, it may be a chocolate, it may be a completely different thing. It may be a coffee, it may move to matcha tea for all you know, right? The world can continuously change and your business never goes away if you actually think about what business are you in and what problem are you actually solving.
So I love that. So this reminds me of Radha Agrawal. So Radha Agrawal is one of the teachers on Mindvalley, and she has a program on building community. So those of you who want to build a community around your business, you can take a program. But Radha Agrawal started Daybreakers, and her business is so crazy. Radha, basically, she created morning dance parties. So she realized that she loved dancing rather than yoga or exercising or coffee before going to work. And she thought there must be other people who want to dance before going to work. So she started Daybreakers, where I think the number she gave me is something like 250,000 people come together in locations all around the world to dance for an hour in the morning at daybreaker parties, no alcohol, just dancing, water and tea, before going to work. And think about how crazy that idea is, but it's a massive, massive, massive brand right now. And once you have that, you can sell t-shirts, you can sell subscriptions. So even crazy ideas can totally pop, right? And I know 70% of you here are women entrepreneurs. We really support women entrepreneurs. In fact, if you look at the entrepreneurship training courses on Mindvalley membership, the first entrepreneur we signed was Mickey Agrawal, actually Radha's sister. Mickey is about to take her third company to 100 million. How cool is that, right? And Mickey is an Indian, Canadian nationality, Indian in ethnicity, and she's doing that in New York. And so, you know, in today's world, your nationality, your ethnicity, they don't have to be a barrier anymore. Your gender doesn't have to be a barrier. And I'm really excited to see what you guys are going to create when you gain these inspirations. Now, back to you, Naveen. What do you think is the single biggest belief block that entrepreneurs have when they're just starting out and they're trying to get to their first one?
Oh my God. Oh, this is the best thing. Like, every entrepreneur has self-doubt. And the biggest thing that stops them from doing are two fundamental things. I don't know much about it. I've never done this. I don't know about it. And second thing is, oh my God, what happens if I fail? What would they say if I fail? Everyone is going to think I'm a failure. And those are the two fundamental things that stop people from doing anything that's worth doing, right? So first thing is, I don't know much about it. And what I realized in life is the less you know is your biggest asset, right? Because once you become an expert in something, you actually, the best you can do is to be 10% better than someone else. But when you are a non-expert, you're looking at the problem from outside in, you can challenge the foundation of everything that experts have taken it for granted, right? That means you're able to rethink, reimagine, and recreate that experts will never even think about. Like we just talked about climate change. Every expert on climate change says the only solution is to go electric vehicle, get rid of the fossil fuel. And what if you can stop the volcanoes from happening? That is not an idea that expert will ever come up with, because in their mind, that's given the volcanoes are going to happen. It's only the crazies who say, what if we can stop that? What if you can stop from lightning actually burning the fire forest? I mean, I'm sure there are many, many ways you can think about that. But the point is, you got to be able to challenge, what if you can actually do that? And that, so I'm going to just divert. I'm going to come right back to it. The idea of imagining something that can happen. And then you say, what if it was actually possible? Then it turns out you can do X, Y, and Z, and you create hypothesis. It turns out is your hypothesis, right? What if you can stop volcano from happening? if the lightning actually does strike, but it does not have cause any forest fires, wouldn't that suddenly remove so much of burning coal, burning things, the amount of carbon dioxide that happened, we can get rid of it, right? This is how the non-experts think. The experts would have already a solution.
I love the comments. Wow, Naveen, I love this so much. You are like me, having a brain explosion right now, need a brain break. I'm not a visionary. Imagining what's possible is challenging to do. Okay. And just really good comments, really good comments. Oh my God, what if I actually could? Yes. So good job. Good job. I'm glad you guys are being inspired by this.
The
Now,
second part was, just me continue on this. What if I fail? And this is really the interesting thing is your idea may or may not work. But every idea that does not work is simply a stepping stone to a different idea and a bigger idea. That means ideas may fail, but you don't fail until you give up. And I think everyone knows Thomas Edison when he asked and say, so to invent the light bulb, you failed 1,000 times. He said, no, I did not fail once. In fact, I figured out 1,000 different ways the light bulb doesn't work. And that allowed me to find the way it actually does work. So idea of entrepreneurship is simply the experimentation. And the faster experiments you can do, that means quickly you can figure out this idea doesn't work, allows you to experiment more. The more experiments you do, the better idea it becomes, right? And second part of it is just, you have to expect that your idea may not work. You have to accept when it does not work. And that's what I call the heartbeat of an entrepreneur, right? That always goes up and down, just like your life, right? When it's smooth, you're dead. So anytime as an entrepreneur, you find your life to be smooth, you're actually living a life of a dead person, because an entrepreneur has these ups and downs. When you are down, all you have to do is hunker down and then know the next beat is going to be up. And when you're on top of that beat, never become too arrogant, because always remember, the winter is coming and winter always comes.
wow, I love that. Naveen, I want to ask you a question based on what I saw in the chat. So there was a wonderful woman here who posted, and she says, I'm a woman entrepreneur. I'm a colored entrepreneur, and I feel that gives me a disadvantage. And no doubt in life, the reality of the structure of the world, you are going to be at a disadvantage, right?
No.
But I'm curious to know your thoughts, because Naveen's daughter, Priyanka, started a really successful company on women's health, and I'm curious to know your thoughts.
Yeah. So first of all, I think this idea of just because you are different, it is a disadvantage. In fact, that is the biggest advantage you have. So to me, reframing that everything that you believe is your liability, what if that was your asset? So let me take it for myself. I have a thick Indian accent. That is my asset. And let me tell you why I feel that's my asset is that if you were listening to someone who's fluent like Vishen, you could be multitasking and texting and still understand everything Vishen said. When I'm speaking, if you don't give me 100% of your attention, you don't understand a word I just said. And guess what? And my biggest asset is when I'm in the room, I get 100% of the attention for everyone else. And that is the biggest advantage you have.
I love that.
Right? So the point is you have to reframe that I am a woman, that's an advantage. It's not a disadvantage, right? I am in a man's world, a woman. People are willing to talk to me. That's my advantage. Now, all I have to do is convince them why I'm smarter than them, right? Why actually my idea is going to work. But I have an easier time getting someone to talk to me than some guy like Naveen, who's 64, trying to explain to them how illness can be an option.
That's beautiful. So any type of barrier you have, the country you're from, that you perceive as a barrier can be pivoted into an advantage.
Yeah.
Did you find that the rules for your, so one of the things I love about Naveen is he teaches entrepreneurship so well. You see this in his kids, right? Naveen's son, Uncle Jain, you can Google him. He's only, what, 33?
Yeah, 32, yeah.
32. Uncle's company Built, B-I-L-T, just got valued at over $1 billion, right? And that's incredible. And he's 32. Now, were the rules different for your daughter and your son in terms of building a business?
Oh, in fact, I would say that my daughter probably has easier time building a company because remember, she is a Stanford grad. she's a Stanford Mayfield Fellow. She's a Stanford STEM Fellow. The beauty of the thing is, people underestimate her that, oh, she's a woman, she's 28, what does she know? Until she opens her mouth and then say, oh, wow, right? Every VC wants to invest in her because they want to say, I invest in women and I support women. Guess what?
Wow.
She says, I am not only a woman, I'm solving women's problems. She does not hide from the fact that, hey, I'm a woman, I'm solving women's health problem. And you know what? Are you in or are you out, right? So she does not say, oh, don't worry about I'm a woman, I'm just like a man. Oh, I'm really looking at the solve the all problem, not focus on women. No, she said, I'm a feminist. I'm going to solve this problem because you are not solving it, because no other man is focused on it. I'm going to do that. And 50% of the population is with me.
Right. And what is and tell us about your daughter's company.
It's a company called Evvy, EVVY, and women as a vaginal microbiome company. Think about it. She educates me more than I could ever educate her. She told me, Dad, do you know, until 93, women weren't even allowed to be in a clinical research. So every medicine that women are taking today, they were never tested on women. They don't work on women. More diseases are diagnosed later for women. And the drugs that they even prescribe are never tested and don't work for women, right? So now think about it. She said, Dad, I'm going to fix that. And I'm going to fix that by understanding women, understanding what's unique about them, and actually do clinical research that includes women and not just only men, right? Now, our son looked at the problem differently. He said, Dad, all the young people are able to, they only can rent home. They don't have money to buy a home. And they keep wasting their money on rent, but they never earn from anything. What if I can have a credit card that allows you to earn point on my rent with no credit card fees, no annual fee? You earn the points and you can use the point for paying the rent next month, or you can use the point to travel on any airlines, stay in any hotel. So he created a concept that everyone thought was crazy. Why would a Visa or a MasterCard not charge a credit card fee? He said, what if that was possible? So he did not say, oh, that's their business model. Of course, they're going to charge a credit card fee. I need to take that into account. He said, no, Dad, I can change them to rethink their business model. And what if they didn't charge the credit card fee on rent, but they can charge on other things? And now they have access to $600 billion market that they never had access to. And their cost of customer acquisition is zero now because every renter wants it now, right? So my point is, he rethought the problem, created a company in 7 months. He just raised in this market $150 million at 1.5 billion valuation, right?
Wow.
Because he rethought the problem.
Right. You're thinking about problems in a radically different way. Okay. So I have a friend who's on this call. I want to give a real life example. And she's a jewelry designer. She's launching a what is Ankor's company? Built, B-I-L-T.
B-I-L-T, Built Rewards.
Built Rewards. Okay, Built Rewards. So I want to give you a real case study of an entrepreneur who's listening in right now. Yeah. So this is a friend of mine. She's starting. She's a designer. Yeah. So she's designed these beautiful pendants, and she's starting a company to sell these pendants. Mm-hmm. So in a situation like that, you're starting a jewelry company, or you've designed a unique type of clothing attire, and you're selling it on Instagram. What would be your advice to someone who's getting started in this area?
Perfect. So again, if you think about it, today you say my jewelry and my design is unique, and that's one way of looking at it. And you can start to completely differentiate yourself. If you say, look, this pendant that I just designed actually can give you the heartbeat of my lover. So my boyfriend who is 10 miles away, he's wearing a Bluetooth something. It is constantly sending his heartbeat. So when I know he misses me, my pendant automatically shows his heartbeat going up. So I can see that he's missing me right now, right? So my point is, suddenly you have created this device that is now everyone wants it because they can see what is going on with someone they care about, right? So now you have an interactive communication without saying a word, right? The fact the person is thinking about you, or their heart rate is going up or down, or when you're talking to them, you can see if they're just simply saying yeah, or they mean it, because their heart rate will show there. Right? What I'm trying to make is think so differently that you're no longer just a designer of a jewelry. You are a designer of a way for people to be able to communicate with each other.
But what if you don't have the capacity to get VC money so how would you think about your company in that situation?
Well, very simple. So I would go to any investor. I said, look, people love my jewelry. Now imagine for additional 25 cents, I can put a Wi-Fi sensor and Bluetooth sensor. And suddenly the two, not only single jewelry that I am buying, the fact if it is communicating with my boyfriend's heartbeat, he will have to buy an equivalent ring or something else from me. So now I have two customers, and I'm going to charge them a subscription fee. So not just a one-time jewelry. Now I'm going to make a subscription per month subscription, and they will never cancel as long as they're together.
Got it. So you can start your existing company, get it to a certain level, build a customer base, and then go to an investor and create your moonshot company.
Yes.
That's awesome. That's a fantastic way. That's what we're doing now with Mindvalley. We got Mindvalley to 100 million. And it's only this year that we actually started looking at investors, because now we want to get to 1 billion in sales, right? And we know that to do that, it's a different series of problems. So I love that advice. I never thought about it that way. Did you see some interesting questions?
I'm seeing geometry. Okay. I'm just thinking about do you want to have any questions live from the?
Yes, let's do that. Okay. So you guys will see a Q&A box. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to go to the Q&A box and put in your question for Naveen. And then Bianca, maybe you can help us coordinate this. We will, let's allow attendees to upvote questions. Okay, so you'll see that there's a thumbs up next to every question. You can click the thumbs up if you want to upvote a question. We'll look for some of the top questions and we'll ask them to Naveen. So open up the Q&A box on Zoom. It's one of the buttons below on your Zoom. Put in your question, or also upvote a question. Okay, and we'll wait for those questions to come in. Okay. In the meanwhile, Naveen, another thing for you is, let's talk about life balance. I'm curious to know your philosophy on this, because as I'm here with you in your home for the past 1 week, like, it was so healthy. So Naveen wakes up and he takes us on a 4-kilometer hike, like up and down a hill. And then before dinner, again, another hike. And then you're playing tennis, then you're working out in the gym. How do you balance life, and how do you find time to run your companies while living like you're on holiday?
So first of all, you're always working and you're never working. So let me just rephrase what I'm trying to say is that when you love what you do, there is never a day of work you have to do. So if you really feel the things you are doing is your calling, this is what I would say you're doing in your mind, the God's work, right? Every day, bar none, I get up at 4 a.m. and I jump out of the bed with joy, because I feel the things I'm doing is making a difference in people's lives, right? So when you find something that truly you are not just passionate about, as Vishen knows, I'm always saying passion is for hobbies. Passion is for losers. Entrepreneurs have obsession, not obsession for money, not obsession for things, not obsession for people, obsession to solve a problem. And when you find your North Star, there's something you're so obsessed about solving, you go to sleep thinking about it, you wake up in the morning thinking about it. So to me, my whole life while I'm walking, I'm thinking about, what can I do to solve this problem? Would this work? What if I could do this? So even while I'm walking, I'm always thinking about how would I solve a particular problem, right? So I'm always working, but I'm never working. So to me, it's the point is, if you wake up in the morning and you don't jump out of your bed, it's the time for you to quit what you're doing, because that's not your calling. When you find your true calling, you're never, ever lying in the bed.
I love that. I love that. And so even as you're walking, even as you're hiking, you're thinking about your problem. You are thinking about the company. How many hours a week, if just to understand, how many hours a week do you spend like nose deep in your company?
So I work long hours. I have to admit, given that I don't have to work ever for a living, I do spend at least 15, 16-hour days, 7 days a week, actually deep down just working at the company, right? And I sleep about 6 hours a day. So I go to sleep at 9, I wake up at 4. So anywhere between 6, 7 hours.
But this is when you're in acceleration mode, when you're in the company, right? It's not like right now when you are.
But even now I go to bed, maybe 9:30, but I'm always go to bed very early. Some people go to bed late, but I'm like 9 o'clock, you see me yawning, right? Like time to go to bed. Right?
Yeah.
So to me, it's always, I get about 6.5 hours of sleep, and then I'm working. But even I'm hiking, to me, there's a quiet time. I don't generally, when I walk, to me, it's very, really something good about early morning walk. It gives you a fresh perspective on life. It really does. And it's able for me to look at the problem that has been really, been bothering me for a long time. And I go on a morning walk and suddenly you find yourself to be absolutely fascinated by it. So let's see what goes on.
Love that. Let's look at the questions. Okay. As a passionate startup founder with expertise in a service that is in high demand, but facing stiff competition from established players, how can I achieve success despite being a small player in the market? This is from Hassan.
Perfect. So a great question, Hassan. That means if you are looking at yourself in the same way as everyone else, what is the biggest advantage a small player has? They are nimble. They're able to move on a dime. A large company like a tanker is going to take them years before they can even decide they want to do that, right? So if you are in a service industry and you're able to take advantage of, for example, say ChatGPT. So if you're in a service industry, see how the AI and generative AI can be used to completely rethink your business, that reduces your cost of doing business. And suddenly your customers are getting the product that a big company can never offer, or other companies who are not listening to this seminar will never even know what this generative AI is. And I think, Vishen, you have a program on the generative AI, and you and I know that every single industry, especially the service industry, is going to be massively disrupted, right? So using ChatGPT, you are able to do a work of a lawyer that you don't have to hire anymore. You are able to come up with a creative design that you thought would take you hours to do. The animation can be done in minutes. The things that used to take days are able to done in seconds, right? So I think, do you want to expand on that?
And we're going to go more into that later. So we have 2 hours, 2 hours to go. But we're going to actually go into some of these tools. How as a small player, you can use some of the latest tools. I'm going to share 3 tools with you to speed up work without any additional employees. Okay, let's go on to the next one. So this one got a lot of votes as well. What advice do you have for those of us who are coaches on how to rethink our coaching business services? This is from Dr. Diana Canoli.
Good. So remember, as a coaching business, you are essentially more than just a coach. You are trying to change their mindset. So the best thing you can do as a coach is to really be a mentor. Understand what are the things that are blocking them. What is their mindset that allows them to continue to think small? How can you expand and broaden their mindset? How can they actually go look at the problems completely differently, right? So when you are a coach, you have to help them grow. You have to give them a way to think, not an answer to a problem, but how to think about the problem, right? So to me, one of the things I do is, even with our children, and I think I was walking with Vishen's son this morning, not giving him the answers, but asking him question, how would you think about it? If you want to go to college, what would you look for? Why would you look for it? So giving them a thought process allows you to be a better coach than giving them the answers to every problem they have. So your job is, when they give you a problem, to say, how would you think about it? Have you thought about this way? What if you could do this, right? So let them come up with their own answer, and you be the sounding board by constantly pushing them in a direction that's uncomfortable to them.
Love it. Thank you. And Dr. Diana Canoli, thank you for the question. So this is an unusual one.
Sure.
From Anne. How to approach a service industry that is not product-based?
Well, again, the service industry, and again, I mean, everything to me is a service industry at the end of the day, because product itself is a service. So for example, service could be Coaching is a service business, right? And we just talked about coaching. Give me another service, like legal is a service industry. We just talked about legal. How do you use the technology to actually come up so you don't need to be doing a lot of hours spending on doing the research? ChatGPT can give you all the case laws you want on anything you need, right? So I think, to me, using the latest tools and technologies, bringing them into your service industry before anyone else even has an idea they can be used, you can actually disrupt and own the industry by cutting your cost. That means you can do it cheaper, better, faster.
Love it. Okay, now another question. This is from Janie Shah.
Yeah.
How do you start thinking differently? What have you done to cultivate this different way of thinking?
Yeah, first thing is, I think Vishen already pointed out, surround yourself with people who are just think differently. And to me, that's the only way to do that is to, first thing is you read a lot. To think differently, you have to know a lot of different things. So one thing is, I don't go out and just look at one subject. I read book on, every subject out there, from energy production, and then I could be on cancer. I could be looking at the things on biohacking. I would be looking at nuclear fusion. So it doesn't matter. I want to know enough about different things, because that allows me to connect the dots to come up with a solution for a completely different thing. Other thing is joining a group like what Vishen does, going to Mindvalley. There's so many great authors you can learn from. So sign up for a membership. You can learn a lot there. Joining the masterminds like what Vishen is doing. These are the kind of things that allows you to create a community of people who think differently, and they will force you to think differently.
Awesome. And now the final question, and then we'll go into our break.
Yeah.
What is your number one question for solopreneurs who want to build $100 million company? This is from Wanda.
Yeah. So again, to me, solopreneurs is a misnomer. To me, if you believe you're good at everything, you're really good at nothing. So you have to always find the people who are complementary to you. So you can be a solopreneur, but you have to build a team, because team allows you to leverage yourself, right? So in a sense that if you are really, really good, you can do 100%. The next person who is going to come may not be 100% just like you. They may be 90% as good as you, but guess what? Now you have 190%. The third person may be 80%. Now you still have 270%. So you're tripling. You may not be tripling with 3 people, but you get to be 270%, right? So to me, you have to learn to leverage, and other part is complementary. That means you're not going to be good at everything. So you have to find other teammates who actually complement you. So when you're looking for a friend, you want someone who is just like you. When you're looking for a team member, you want someone who is very unlike you. That means someone who complements you. Say, if I'm a person who is really good idea guy, I need a chief operating officer who's going to execute on my idea, who's completely detail oriented, who's going to follow through on everything. And my job is to come up with the idea. My job is to cut the trees. His job is to build the roads behind me.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Naveen. So I think we have time for one last question.
Okay.
Rather than one last question, in the last 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, do you have any closing words of advice for the 3,700 people here?
Well, my first advice will be to, never get discouraged from doing things your heart really desires. If you're truly obsessed about it, don't let someone else tell you that your dream is not worth pursuing. Fall in love with yourself so much that no one's telling you that you can't do it affects you. So the day you fall in love with yourself is the day the world will fall in love with you. And I don't mean to become a self-centric person. I simply means don't let someone else's approval of you discourage you from you pursuing your own dreams. So go out, find your dream, pursue your dream, and make it happen. And I wish you luck. And I would really hope to see each one of you here be a super successful entrepreneur, and I'll be rooting for you.
Awesome. Thank you, Naveen. Really appreciate having you here.
Thank you.
So guys, we're going to go into a 5-minute break. It's exactly 11:55 Eastern Standard Time. We'll be kicking back up at noon. Bianca, I'll give you back the floor. Set a timer, guys. Use this 5 minutes to write down your notes, to journal or diary. Bianca will be here if you have any questions, and we will see you in exactly 5 minutes.
All right, guys. So we'll do half. I would like to read in the comments, what are your biggest takeaways from this incredible session that we just had with Vishen and Naveen? And then we will also play some music just as you go and you relax yourself a little bit before we go into the next phase. Good, let's see. So what are your biggest takeaways, guys? To think differently. Fall in love with yourself. This is beautiful. Ask better questions. Okay, the chat is really, really fast right now. The rethink mindset. Ask more questions. Look at problems as opportunities. You got 99 problems. Don't let yourself be one. Look at the problem from a different angle. Keep learning and studying. This is a great one too. And I think this one shouldn't stop ever. Creative visualization. Look for solutions others don't dare to think about. And the chat is really, really going on. You guys are really taking notes. Don't forget about taking also your time and getting in some notes from this incredible session. Trust your dreams, how to think differently and what is the problem, not the symptom. Learn subjects outside of your expertise. Be obsessed, not passionate. Every idea that does not work is a stepping stone to another idea that might work. Obsession to solve problems again. Manage your money using the 6 charge. Be solution-oriented, not problem-focused. Thinking outside of the box. Okay, guys, you're really, really good at it. You are really present in the session, and I love that. I love the variety here, and I love that there's also variety in ideas. It is informative and inspiring. I learned different ways of thinking when it's not easy to avoid everything happening out there. Thank you. Dream, believe, and achieve. Okay, that's amazing, guys. So we have 3 more minutes, and I'm going to play a little bit of music just for you to relax a little bit before we go into the next phase. I'm going to share my audio and see you back in exactly 3 minutes. Enjoy, guys.
again. But you win up sick again, and you win up weak again. Babylon. You better know, you better understand. The right, you know, you better you will be saved. Babylon, this is the final day. Babylon, this is the final call. We read the right that's on the wall. Since divided we stand, and together we fall. You never know that. You're not gonna catch me in a rat trap.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you, Bianca. I really love your choice of music.
That's good. Thank you.
By the way, Bianca, who runs a lot of our calls on Mindvalley, she is not only an amateur DJ, but she is the 11-time world karate champion. She literally was the world women's karate champion for 11 championships. So she's also my bodyguard when I go for events. Okay, so thanks, guys. Thanks for joining us. And we have 3,600 people live with us right now. So that's a phenomenal number. And I'm so excited for you guys giving me this opportunity to continue sharing with you. Now we're going to come to an important segment of the presentation called 4 Skills to Rule the World. These are my predictions of the top 4 most important skills you are going to need right now in today's world to absolutely crush it in business and in life. Okay, now, before we begin, just a simple request. Please respect the chat. The point of the chat is to discuss the topic at hand. Bianca has clear instructions. Anybody who attempts to promote anything in this chat or self-promotion will immediately just be kicked out, or anyone who is rude would immediately be kicked out. Okay, so the point of the chat is to discuss what is being said. Now, let's talk about these 4 skills. These 4 skills are skills that if you take time to nurture today, you are going to have an incredible edge over every other business in your domain, because most entrepreneurs are not paying attention to these because they think it's too hard, or they think it's unimportant, or they're completely unaware of how rapidly the world is changing and what is about to hit them. If you read the news right now, we are going through a period of exponential change. Let me explain what that means. Peter Diamandis, who is actually a friend of both Naveen and me, he's an incredible futurist. He wrote a book called Abundance. And he talked about how the world is changing really fast in a good way. The world is becoming more abundant. But this is something he shared with me. Between 1900 and 2000, there were a lot of change in the world. But we saw the same amount of change between 2000 and 2016. 16 years gave us a century of change. Think about it. Between 2000 and 2016, that's when Facebook emerged, YouTube emerged, the iPhone emerged, the Tesla car emerged. The world rapidly changed. Now, Peter went on. So when I met him, it was 2016. And he said, between 2016 and 2022, there's going to be another century of change. And then between 2023 and 2026, there will be yet another century of change. We're now going through 100 years of technological innovation in the next 3 years. And entrepreneurs who are aware of what are happening are going to survive. But if you're unaware, you're going to be in trouble. If you're an employee, for example, today, and you're not utilizing ChatGPT, you are going to be replaced by someone who's utilizing ChatGPT. Don't believe me? Look at the news. 2 weeks ago, IBM announced that they were cutting 13,000 jobs. You know what they said? They said, we don't need these positions anymore. AI is making our workforce so efficient. Rather than lay people off, we're just going to retrain many of our employees to do other jobs that they couldn't do before because of ChatGPT. In Mindvalley, we've seen the same thing. In January, we had 35 positions open in business and marketing. By February, we only have 5 positions open. Why? Because ChatGPT came in. We were fast to jump on it. And we saw that so many positions that we once had open were no longer needed. So we simply started retraining our employees. So employees that were doing one thing in the past, they can now cut down their time doing that thing because of AI and ChatGPT. They can learn a new skill. The future skills that you want so in the past, I would have said, be really good at one thing, right? Today, that's not the case anymore. Today, you got to be good at multiple things. And you must be able to connect these multiple things to become an entrepreneur. So these are 4 things. Of all the things you can be good at, these are the 4 things that I believe are most important. Now, the first one is probably going to shock some of you, that you must master social media. So first, let's define mastery. And let me tell you what I mean by mastering social media. Naval Ravikant, the great Silicon Valley thinker, said, the future entrepreneurs are going to be made in 2 fields: mastery of communication or mastery of coding. If you learn either of these 2 skills, coding or communication, you're going to have an advantage. Now, we're going to talk about these 2, communication and coding, but there are 2 additional skills that I'm going to add to Naval's list. Now, let's talk about social media. In today's world, and the world that's about to erupt, AI is going to start replacing many jobs. AI is going to be writing emails. AI is going to be helping you create presentations. Already today, you can create presentations with AI. You can create digital coaches with AI. And you don't have to have $1 million of budget. You need maybe a couple of $1,000 because these AI technologies are so cheap. AI is even becoming open source, meaning free, absolutely free. Facebook realized that they needed to release their large language model. It's a competitor to ChatGPT, and make it free. And if you know how to use it, and you can learn in about a day or 2, you can build your own talking chatbot. And if you partner with some engineers, you could maybe train it to be a coach or train it to be a copywriter. So all of these things are transforming really fast. So in a world where so much of our work is going to be replaced by AI, I believe that what is going to stand out is humanness. Now, even if you are in a company where you own a restaurant, or maybe you're creating a physical product, your humanness is going to be an advantage. And this is what we mean by mastery of social media. I'm not talking about mastering the Instagram algorithm or the Facebook algorithm. There are experts who do that. This is not even talking about building 1 million fans. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how you leverage communication tools to come across to your fans, even if it's just 1,000 people. And these are the skills that you want to learn. So the first skill, when I say mastery of social media, is to understand how to fine-tune yourself and how you communicate and how you interface as a flesh and body being to other human beings. So in my life, I want to tell you one of my secrets to building Mindvalley. Until 2018, I was not on social media. If you literally go back to my Instagram and you scroll past June 2018, my Instagram, I used it more as a gratitude board, really. I was grateful for my daughter. I'd have a picture of her. I was grateful for a trip. I'd put it up there. I literally used Instagram. I didn't care about number of fans. It was used as a gratitude board. One day I was organizing a festival and I invited this brilliant chap called Jay Shetty to come and speak. And I interviewed Jay. And at the end of it, I told Jay, man, you're so good at social media. You have more fans than even Barack Obama. But I can never get there. I'm too old. I don't have a beautiful voice like you do. I don't have style. I don't have that charisma.
Hello, everyone. I don't know if you can guys see me or hear me, but I think we're having a connection problem on Vishen's side. I was also having some a couple of moments ago, but we're still here. Vishen is going to come back. He's going to connect back very, very soon. You can hear me. That's amazing. Good. Good. It's just a technical issue, guys. We're going to come back very, very soon. And no, Vishen didn't get tired. He's really, really with his energy super high up, and he's super excited about the session today, guys. And we have 2 more hours to go, and I promise this is going to be exceptional. The information and the amount of information that you're going to have during this call, they're going to be mind-blowing. All right. Meanwhile, Just share with me in the chat what you got from the second part of this beautiful seminar. Let me read some more comments on your takeaways and your new ideas, maybe what you're going to apply new, what changed for you today. Okay. Stay ahead of technology. AI is taking over and we need to grow and adapt. That's for everyone. Okay. We just received a message from Vishen that he's gonna connect back very, very soon. Okay, I know I need to upgrade myself and my learning. Getting up earlier and going for a walk. Actually, getting up earlier has been doing a lot of miracles to my life too. And I think Naveen Jain also said earlier that he's waking up at literally 4 a.m. in the morning and going to sleep at 9 or 9:30. Okay, I think we have Vishen back right now. And someone else is saying that they love the 6-jar concept. Okay. Hi, Vishen. Welcome back. We were just discussing the biggest takeaways from the session. So that's why I was reading some beautiful, beautiful comments. But we're
that's
back.
Fantastic. Yeah, so sorry about that, guys. I think either Zoom crashed or my my internet went down, but we're good to begin. I'm going to go back to that list, okay? So feel free to take a screenshot of this list or share. Now, so Jay told me your age doesn't matter when it comes to social media. And don't forget that start sucky. And then based on user feedback, you're going to learn. You can put up a video and you can see it gets, okay, maybe a few responses. And then the next day you try something different. And if you find that different thing works, you do more of it. Now, over time, I started doing that. And I certainly went from like 30,000 fans to 1 million fans. Well, almost 1 million, about 965 right now. On Facebook, I went from 100K to 2.5 million fans. And all of a sudden, social media was adding 10 million a year to my business. But not only that, because of social media, I was able to get multiple book deals. Because of social media, I was invited to speak. Because of social media, people recognize me on the street, and that's such an honor. And because of social media, people buy Mindvalley. So I am more visible as a CEO than the CEOs of many of our competitor companies in the edtech space. But many people buy Mindvalley because I'm visible. And the thing is, if you're a founder and CEO today, you want to be visible. People buy from people. We want to know who we are buying from. We want to trust the company. And it's so important that you learn to represent your business and your idea. Look at how Naveen does it. Naveen has 1 million followers on social media. Naveen is a great CEO for Viome, but he also travels around the world. He speaks. He volunteered to give up his busy schedule to come and talk to you guys because being visible matters. Now, here are the skills you want to curate. So these are 12 skills, which I strongly suggest that you spend time investing in. Remember the 2 hours per week that I told you to invest in yourself? Okay, so these skills are going to improve yourself for any business you create. Remember, even if your business fails, you are still a human being. And if you invest in yourself, you may start a second business and a third business and a fourth business. And each one, your odds of becoming successful are going to go higher and higher and higher if you are training yourself the way an athlete trains themselves. So if you're training for a sporting event, you're going to watch your nutrition, your sleep, you're going to have a right coach, you're going to watch your you're going to start biohacking. Likewise, if you're training to be an entrepreneur, health is important, but these 12 things are equally important. The first is style and dress. I know an investor, this investor, she was a friend of mine. She returned from a meeting and she was so frustrated. And she's like, damn, I was about to invest $30 million in this entrepreneur's company. Then I met him and I saw him. And the idea was great, but I realized that him as a CEO is so boring and uncharismatic. This company has a disadvantage from day one. So I had to drop the investment to half what I was initially planning on investing. Now, my friend was a brilliant investor, and she knew what she was talking about. The CEO had no charisma. And if you have no charisma and you cannot communicate your ideas to people, your business is at a disadvantage. You might as well hire a chief evangelist, right? But you can also train your charisma. This is where style and dress matters. You got to train yourself how to dress. In 2019, I hired a style coach, and I flew to Japan. I learned how to dress properly. I learned how to, I never even wore a watch before that. I would walk around, I would wear t-shirts, and I would wear sweatpants to the office sometimes. That was my style. Today, I only pretty much speak on stage if I have a polished suit. Bianca, who is co-hosting this, she's actually one of my style consultants. She takes me out to Zara, so it doesn't have to be something expensive. And she's like, Vishen, just buy this, buy this, buy this. And then she has permission to criticize me. So she'll say, what the hell are you doing going out like that? Are you freaking insane? So all of us need a friend like Bianca who can be your style coach, who can kick your butt when you're not showing up. The second thing is pace and tone. I used to speak really, really, really fast. And then I learned through hiring a coach to modulate my voice, to slow down, to deepen my voice, because deeper voices actually get you more respect. So you can study pace and tone. The third is communicating ideas. How do you communicate ideas? Well, you'll notice something. When I was sharing the 4 beliefs of entrepreneurs, do you notice I followed a set pattern? I would share a story, and the story would be 60% of it, and then 40% would be the idea. I shared the story of the billionaire. I put you there in the story. I spoke about how he took me to his balcony and I saw this beautiful view of the Burj Khalifa. And then I shared the idea, work 21 hours a week, right? So notice story, and I put you in the story, and then I come to the idea. I learned this from Eric Edmeades, who is a brilliant teacher on Mindvalley. He gets 99 out of 100 when we ask people to rate speakers. It's amazing. But his style is that. Story, idea, story, idea. Weak speakers go straight into the idea. But if you just hear point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4, it's like you're being in a boring university lecture. But if you learn the nuance of storytelling, your story changes people because you remember the story. Do you guys remember the story about life balance, about Richard Branson asking us to swim 5 kilometers? That story helps you understand the key idea. And so you must learn communication. So that's a really powerful tip for those of you who are speakers. Then that relates to number 4, storytelling, right? When you are telling a story, people must be able to put themselves in your story. So sometimes the stuff that I share may seem irrelevant. Why do I mention the swim with Branson? Well, because you got to put yourself in the story. Now, if I had more time, I'd talk about how when I was swimming, I felt my body get really weak and I thought I was going to die. But I knew that there was a rescue boat, so I knew I was going to be okay. But I learned something about myself. I learned that I could push my body way more than I ever thought. And today that lesson serves me in the gym. It serves me when I'm taking a long hike. It serves me when I'm going on a 5-day water fast. Okay, put yourself in the story. 4th, expression and facial cues. So you learn how to modulate your facial expression. I studied acting. And one of the things I learned, so last month, I signed up for a 5-day acting workshop in Los Angeles. 5 days, okay? And you get torn apart. And I learned something really cool in that acting workshop. A great actor, even their blinks are deliberate. There is no non-deliberate blink. So if you look at me, the way I raise my eyebrows, the way I blink when I'm communicating ideas, a lot of it is deliberate. 70% of our communication is non-verbal. It's your hands, it's your facial expression. It's not the words you use. It's even your voice, but not the words. And so if you can learn to master the 70%, you have an advantage. Now, someone is asking, Dr. Amanda, saying, how can I afford all of these coaches? Dr. Amanda, don't worry. I'm giving you shortcuts. I'm already teaching you as we are going, right? So you're learning. Now, and many of this, by the way, the vast majority of you have a Mindvalley membership. We just launched a body language course on Mindvalley by Alan Pease. He's the #1 body language expert. A lot of this are covered in the body language course, so you can study that. And then we have Speak and Inspire by Lisa Nichols, where you can learn to speak. We have Magnetic Charisma by Vanessa Van Edwards, so you can learn charisma. So charisma, speaking, body language, all of those are already in there. And then we have networking with Keith Farazi. So everything I'm saying, those of you who are members, you got this. You're all good. You're all good. But I want to express the importance of this, because if you don't understand the importance of this, you won't bother learning it. You will think, well, why do I need to study body language? Isn't it better to study maybe financial projections? Body language can be as important to your entrepreneurship journey. Okay, now we go on to script writing. Script writing simply means whether you're giving a talk, or you're creating something for social media, or you're creating an ad for your company, you know how to create a script. Okay, so script writing is something completely different. Those of you who are in my Business Mastery Mastermind, our next session, which is next Thursday, we're actually talking about script writing, how to write advertising scripts that deliver clients. And then recognizing a good video. Here's why this is important. Many of you, if you are doing social media, you typically would hire a junior person, or you would use one of the fancy new AI tools to create videos. But then you got to know from your own video if it's worth releasing or not. That's a whole other art form. Then there's charisma and likability. Like I said, Vanessa Van Edwards' program is on Mindvalley. Those of you who are members can take that. It's called Magnetic Charisma, and you will learn so much from this program. It'll not just improve your business life, it'll improve your social life, your dating life, it'll improve your marriage, because you suddenly become more charismatic. When I was studying acting last month in LA, I remember my acting teacher, Bernard Hiller. And Bernard, by the way, he's going to be speaking at Mindvalley University. We have a full Bernard Hiller Day where he's teaching all of these for those of you coming to Mindvalley University in July. Bernard said, always remember the George Clooney effect. If you actually go on YouTube and you search what makes George Clooney charismatic, you'll see all of these different videos analyzing Clooney. But there's something called the Clooney effect. George Clooney is so charismatic that he gets any role he wants. But not only that, he is the only person in Hollywood history to win an Oscar in 6 different categories: Best Actor, Best Adapted Screenplay, and 4 other categories. No one else has ever done that except Walt Disney. And Walt Disney is a massive company. Such is the power of fine-tuning yourself. No one I know has done it better than George Clooney in the acting world. And so he's been able to address the United Nations. He's been able to star in all of these amazing movies. The press only writes well of him. I even know 2 of his ex-girlfriends, and both of them rave about him and his heart and his kindness. So all of these matter as well. You cannot fake this. The next one is serving others. You notice Naveen, as mega successful and powerful as he is, he showed up here for an hour to be able to serve you guys and speak to you. Last night I was having dinner with Naveen and some of the leaders of the British Virgin Islands, like literally the deputy governor and the premier. And the deputy governor asked Naveen if Naveen would speak to young people in the BVI, and Naveen said, absolutely. And he's going to go and spend this time speaking and mentoring these young people. That's what we mean by serving others. Now, the final one is networking. And networking, I'm not talking about the boring business networking where you have those name tags that said, hi, my name is Sam. No, I'm talking about networking as an art form where you bring people together as a service, because that's how you operate in the world. We're going to come to that. That's actually one of the 4 points, one of the 4 skills. We're going to come to that in a moment, and I'm going to show you exactly how I do it. So these are 12 things I want you to pay attention to. Please take a picture of this, okay? And you don't have to master all 12, but start paying attention to these. If you get a chance to sign up for an acting class, do it. Doesn't mean you want to be an actor. It will improve everything else about your business. Take a class in body language. Take a class in storytelling. Read books on the subject. Get on YouTube and Google what makes Clooney charismatic. Google what makes a great speaker. Study Lisa Nichols' program, Speak and Inspire. And what you will find is that slowly by slowly, your follower count will increase, your fan base will increase. But not even that. Even if you just have 1,000 fans, those 1,000 fans will more likely buy from you. Okay, now these are programs that you want to pay attention to. Again, the vast majority of you are Mindvalley members. If you're not a member, maybe you want to be a member. It's super cheap. It's like, I think, $99 a month. So for $99, you can take all of these programs and finish them in 1 month. That's it. right? So don't say this is expensive, but these are the 4 programs. Alan Pease, Body Language, Speak and Inspire by Lisa Nichols, Magnetic Charisma by Vanessa Van Edwards, and Keith Ferrazzi's networking program. All 4 of these programs, you can finish 1 a week. In 1 month, you will have an edge. Now we go on to point 2. So point 2 is really fascinating. And here I'm going to have to share my browser and actually take you on a tour. Here we're going to talk about mastery of AI and no-code software. So these are 3 tools we're going to talk about. Again, feel free to screenshot this: ChatGPT, Midjourney, and Airtable. So we'll talk about these tools. Now, these tools are fairly new, but these tools are changing the way the world works. And because of these tools, every single entrepreneur can multiply their productivity by 100% or more. These tools have certainly worked for me. So the first tool I started using was Airtable, and I'm going to show you what that is in a moment. Airtable, we jumped on it in the middle of the pandemic because all of a sudden our team had to become distributed. We were no longer meeting face-to-face in the office. We needed new ways to communicate ideas, to store information, to collaborate. Airtable became that answer. And Airtable wiped out 20% of work that was unnecessary. 20% of all my work and all the work across Mindvalley disappeared because of this tool called Airtable. How would you like to free up a day a week? So it turns out, and I'm going to show you Airtable, it turns out, according to McKinsey, if you're a knowledge worker, and almost all of you are, 20% of your workday is spent looking up information. Airtable is a method of storing and organizing information so you never have to look it up. And 20% of your workload disappears. I'm going to take you through a demo, and it's super cheap, by the way. None of these tools are expensive. In fact, many of these, you can get a free account. It's slightly slower, but you still get it for free. The second is Midjourney. Do you guys recall some of the beautiful images you've seen in my PowerPoints? All of those are generated by Midjourney. This is generative art. I'm going to demonstrate that. And then there's ChatGPT. ChatGPT is replacing jobs like crazy. I've used ChatGPT to create copywriters, to create virtual creative directors, to create virtual artists. ChatGPT has reduced my costs for hiring assistants and people by 70 to 80%. That means before, if I needed 5 people to help me maybe do certain aspects of this presentation, I only need 1 now because of ChatGPT. So think about the cost saving, right? So we're not going to talk about the ethics of AI and how AI may disrupt the work. That's a whole other conversation. What I'm going to teach you is how to use these tools to rapidly reduce the time you're spending on work and to output more. You guys ready? So let's get started. I'm going to now share my screen as I take you through these tools. So let's start with the first one, okay? So the first one I was talking about is, so first, before we get to the tools, this is my social media. So if you don't follow me, please go ahead and follow me at Vishen. I'm at 962K followers. I'll probably hit 1 million in the next 2 months. I'm really excited about that. And if you look at my social media, you'll be able to study how I tell stories, how I present ideas. And I try to get better and better every year by constantly fine-tuning myself. Even at the level I'm at, I will take 5 days away from work to go and study acting with Bernard Hiller because I want to learn the little nuances. Do you guys notice, by the way, how much I use my hands? So you want to know something funny? There was an analysis done of YouTube videos, and they found that if you simply talk like this, okay, versus sitting back a bit and showing your hands, the videos where you see people's hands, they do better. So rather than go all the way in and you just see your face and you're speaking like this to the camera, you sit a little bit back and you show your hands to illustrate ideas. Idea number 4, idea number 1, the most important thing, do this. People pay more attention, right? This is evidence that body language matters. So keep that tip in mind. Now let's start with Airtable. Okay, so this is Mindvalley's Airtable. And Airtable basically allows you to become a programmer and build any type of product that you want. So I'm going to log into, I'm going to show you an example of an Airtable in a moment. But first, let's go to the Airtable marketplace. So you don't need to know how to code. With Airtable, you go and you basically use what is called no-code software to build any type of application you need. Now, I'm going to show you how to do that. So we're going to go to templates. Okay, so these are all different software applications built on top of Airtable. Now, it sounds complex, but the thing you got to understand is this: all software is about data, and it's data being input and output in different ways. That's it. So in essence, all software can be reduced to a simple Excel spreadsheet. You put in data, you organize the data, you extract the data, you may create a graph with the data, and boom, you're it. Every single piece of software is based on this. So Airtable is like a super powered Excel spreadsheet or Google Sheet where you can actually build an application on top of the spreadsheet. But it's the same thing. You input data, you extract data. So let's look at an example, okay, of Airtable. I want to pick something really simple. We want to look at event planning. Anyone here runs an event planning company? So if you were running an event planning company, so I see a lot of people saying yes. Hello, Avi. Hello, Nine. Hello, Lynn. So you may have to buy a software for your event planning company, but you may need to buy another software for your social media. You need to buy another software for managing your employees. You don't need that anymore. You just need Airtable. And have you ever bought a software and then you're like, damn, it doesn't have that feature? Well, at Airtable, you just add the feature. So let's look at what an event planning Airtable looks like. So after you buy Airtable, you get to install a template. This is the event planning template. Okay, well, I'm going to install this template and I'm going to show you how to use it. So I'm just going to add it to my personal Airtable base as opposed to my company base. And now what you can see is it's a super advanced spreadsheet. So here, there's a little tutorial that shows you how it works. Let's close some of the complex parts. Okay, and you can even import data from Excel, from Google Sheets. We won't worry about this for now. So this is a simple thing that shows you how to use the template. These are called tables. This is how you categorize the data. This is how you view your data. This is how you share your data. So let's look at this. So first, they create a template for schedule. Okay, now you have the schedule for your event, the start time, the end time, the location, the speakers, and now you'll immediately start seeing something that's different from Excel. So if you're using regular Google Sheets, what happens is that everything is very flat. But with Airtable, the sheets talk to each other in a very unique way. So you have a sheet here called a schedule, and then you have a sheet here called speakers. And what's actually happening is that you can take any of these speakers and then insert them in the schedule. Okay, so here I'm going to insert Bernard Casper over here. I'm going to remove Bernard Casper from there, and instantly the schedule changes. Then you have the attendees, the people who are coming. And this is another way of organizing data. Then you have your budget. And then you can create these things called extensions and tools where on top of this data, you can create new applications. Total money spent, okay? SendGrid. SendGrid is where you can send emails to all of the attendees. So you can plug all of these different things in. So you can build an agenda, and then you can even choose to share this agenda. You can create a link to publish this agenda online so people can see it. You can create types of events. These are different types of agenda items. So immediately you start seeing that it's a little bit more useful than a spreadsheet, but you can go really deep in this. So I want to show you how we use Airtable at Mindvalley. This is called the Mindvalley brain. So before, everything in Mindvalley was on one massive multiple Excel spreadsheets. It was crazy, crazy, crazy hard to use. Today, everything in Mindvalley stays on Airtable. So this is a list of all the programs on Mindvalley. We manage all our programs over here, what is published, what is discontinued, etc. And then all our programs are attached to areas of growth. So we know what programs fall under oneness versus money mindset. Areas of growth are attached to outcomes. Outcomes are ways in which we grow human beings. Seeing enhanced orgasms, being playful and joyful, remembering dreams, improving sexual health. All of these are further tied to authors. So we can see what author is providing what outcome. All of these are tied to categories. We can see what programs fall in categories. So let me put it all together, okay? I am looking for a speaker for a specific outcome. Let's say better discipline. Okay, I'm looking for a speaker for a specific outcome. Because everything is tied together, I can see that this particular outcome is tagged falls under the category of character. And on our meditation app, we have this particular meditation for this outcome. But let me actually go further. Let's look at something deeper, goal setting. So I can see this falls under entrepreneurship. It's tied to Lifebook. These are different speakers that have spoken about this outcome on various episodes of our podcast. These are talks on our channel that discuss this outcome. These are meditation tracks for this outcome. And I can actually even go deeper and see what are the exact chapters of every quest in Mindvalley that discuss this outcome. Everything is in one area. And I don't have to have all of these interlocking Excel spreadsheets. We can find information super fast. I can even go and look at all the different event types. So I can see, okay, this is A-Fest. Here you can see a complete data dump of every single talk at A-Fest. Let me go to A-Fest Thailand in 2014. I can see every talk from A-Fest Thailand 9 years ago, and I can see what an individual author got for the talk. So Sam Cawthorn here got an amazing 4.74 score for this talk, which was on healing for illness, okay, and greater motivation. And so if we are looking for a great speaker for greater motivation, this data will come up because everything is tied together. So Airtable ties together different data. Now, for it to work, you got to be logging things. I want to show you what our log looks like, okay? So if you were to look at it as a database, this is what it looks like. What you're seeing over here are all the different, think of these as different Excel sheets and how everything is tied together. So it's a collection of Excel sheets tied together. This is called a data architecture model. And then on top of this, you can build any type of output or input. So I can build a view that shows our top talks across history, our most popular programs across history, our speakers that got the biggest reviews across history. And we don't have to wreck our brains trying to remember, oh, was that person a good speaker? No, I just pull out the data. So I'm going to show you another example, okay, on how I use Airtable to manage my network. We'll come to that. But before we get there, let me show you something else really cool. So this is ChatGPT. So as you know, ChatGPT is an incredible tool. So here's how I use ChatGPT for planning a trip. So I was traveling through Paris and with my kid. So I wrote this to ChatGPT. I'm in Paris and staying at Montmartre. I have 2 kids with me, aged 9 and 15. It's 6 p.m. and we have 6 hours to explore and have an amazing time. Give us an itinerary of what to do. And ChatGPT provides an itinerary of what to do in Paris. And then I say, try again and take into account travel time between these sites. Focus on sites near Montmartre. Give us a schedule and timing and include dinner. And without me having to do any research on Google, I now get a schedule, exactly what to do. So I use ChatGPT to plan time with my kids. And then I say, now assume we have 9 hours, add more to itinerary. Boom. And now I land in Paris. I send this to my son and daughter on WhatsApp, and we now have an itinerary of how to explore Paris. So ChatGPT is really cool, but this is a very basic one. Let's look at email editor. So here I ask ChatGPT, okay, I want you to act as a master editor and copywriter publishing, specializing in emails. You can take any email and turn it into a high converting email using principles of persuasion, attention, storytelling, and direct response. Your goal is to convert any text into a powerful email and include a compelling subject line. The goal is to maximize clicks and open rates. Okay. And then now I give it, I basically give it any type of email and it rewrites it for me and makes it better. And then I tell it, now I want you to, now here's a description of Vishen Lakhiani's writing style. And I tell it my writing style, conversational and engaging, personal voice, share anecdotes. Now it writes any email I need in my voice. So here's the initial email I gave it, okay? Since I've worked with Nirayal while taming my otherwise entrepreneurial ADHD mind, I've been able to get so much done in relatively short amount of time. I've recently announced to my team that I officially gained an extra hour per day. And because Nurse Program is so powerful, we wanted to invite you to join us in the 30-day challenge to gain an extra hour a day. Freaking boring. But that's because I don't need to master this email. All I do is stick this to ChatGPT and ChatGPT turns it into a world-class email. Look at the rewrite. How to gain an extra hour a day and boost your productivity. Hey there. Do you ever feel like there just isn't enough time, enough hours in the day to get everything done? As an entrepreneur with a mind that's always buzzing, I can definitely relate. But since I've started working with Nirayal and his program on taming my ADHD mind, I've been able to get so much more done in a shorter amount of time. In fact, I've recently announced to my team that I've officially gained an extra hour a day. And because Nurse Program is so powerful, we wanted to invite you to join us in a 30-day challenge to gain an extra hour a day too. So I now get super junior writers to randomly put a really horrible email together. ChatGPT rewrites it as me. And because of this, we no longer needed to hire more copywriters at Mindvalley. But now I'll show you the craziest part. I trained ChatGPT to create artwork for my presentations. Okay, so now we're going to go a little bit crazy. So we're going to create a fresh artwork right now. So this is an instance of ChatGPT, and I'm going to say, I want an artwork for a presentation on, let's do this one. So here I'm getting ChatGPT. Well, actually, before I go that, let me show you Midjourney. So Midjourney is where you create art instantaneously. So remember, I showed you this picture, okay? When I was talking about the jar technique, I created this picture in Midjourney in 3 minutes. All I told it to do was create this beautiful psychedelic picture of a woman and money jars, okay? And you can see all of this text that I had to type. But the fact is, I didn't even type this text. I got one AI to talk to another AI. I got ChatGPT to talk to Midjourney. So I'm going to give you an example, okay? So right now, let's say I want to create an image to represent an idea in my slide called how to get an AI to talk to another AI. Okay, now if I try to type it here in Midjourney, it's not going to give me a very good image. I have to specific. I'd have to say, imagine there's a robot, and then there's another robot, one yellow robot on the left, one yellow robot, one white robot on the right. Both these robots are communicating. I want psychedelic style. I want you to use oil brush style. Maybe imagine this was being photographed by an iPhone 9. Too much work. I'm too lazy. I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do is I trained ChatGPT to understand the type of images I want. And yes, for those of you asking, Midjourney and ChatGPT are different. So what I did was I trained ChatGPT to understand the type of images I want. And then what I did was I simply put this in here. How to get one AI talking to another AI. And now what ChatGPT is going to do is it is going to create an image suggestion. Okay, so now you see it's starting to create an image suggestion. It's imagining. It's basically saying photorealistic scene of two advanced humanoid robots engaged in conversation. They are standing facing each other with light beams connecting their foreheads, symbolizing the exchange of information and ideas. The environment around them is sleek and futuristic. It's giving tags. It's saying camera type and settings, Sony Alpha 7RIV, technique, depth of field, color grading, composition, image hook, the dialogue of tomorrow, framing, wide shot. Okay, ChatGPT became a creative director. Now I take this and I post it in Midjourney. Now observe what happens. Okay, so now I'm posting it in the Art AI, and now it's going to create that image for me. So observe how fast it is. Now, if you have a paid subscription, I'm not sure if I'm using a paid subscription, so it can take a little bit longer. So it's literally free, guys. If you have a paid subscription, it's faster. But now it's creating 4 images for me that I can use. Okay, now observe what's happening and observe the quality of these images. Look at how detailed the description is. So it's not just about rewriting an email. It can create an entire email. You can say, hey, I'm doing this project with Nuriel, and I want you to give me an email that talks about Nuriel's brilliance. Make this email persuasive and talk about how studying with Nur can help you save an hour a day. Okay, now observe the images which are coming out. So see, it's rendering really fast. It's 78% done. It's getting closer and closer. Look at how beautiful the images are, right? It's now 93% done. And then you can ask it to refine the images. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to choose image 2. I really like image 2. And I clicked on U2. U2 means upscale. V2 means variations. And there you got it. This is the image that was created for my screen on my slide on how to get 2 AIs to talk to each other. Look at that. All of this was done in 3 minutes. Now, people who are in my mastermind group, we actually teach you all of this. So we give you the exact scripts, we give you the training prompts. Let me show you actually what that looks like, right? So I want to actually bring this up. This is, yeah. So for example, this is, I want to show you what the process looked like. So I have a mastermind group with entrepreneurs in there. And in these mastermind group, we actually give you these documents and we show you how to train ChatGPT. And I want to show you some really beautiful things that we did. So we replaced a lot of images on our Mindvalley blog with images from ChatGPT because they were better than Shutterstock and they make our blog more beautiful. We even trained ChatGPT to understand Mindvalley style. And so it creates images that fit the vibe of Mindvalley, purple and pink. This image you're seeing here was for a YouTube video on early morning routines. If you go to the Mindvalley blog, you can see an application of this. A lot of the images on the blog were created by ChatGPT. This is a ChatGPT image. A lot of these images over here in our most recent blog posts are not from Shutterstock. So we actually save money using ChatGPT and Midjourney because it's cheaper than Shutterstock. You see this image? All we did is we put self-love and self-care, finding the balance for an authentic life, and it created this beautiful image. And one of the things I like about it is it really respects diversity. It's not that every person is white. For some reason, it's so respectful of global diversity. Sometimes it'll generate an Asian person or a Black person. It's just so culturally sensitive. I love it that so many images we do are coming directly from AI now. And our blog has a whole new fresh look. My slides have a fresh look. Emails that you see from Mindvalley have a fresh look. Now I want to go a little bit deeper. Okay, I want to show you how powerful this email is. So I'm gonna give it this quote. So this is my email editor instance. So ChatGPT, you create instances. How do you create an instance? You open up a new chat and you say, pretend you are XYZ. Take on the ideas and inspiration of, okay, so let's say email. Pretend you're a world-class email copywriter. Then you ask yourself, who's your favorite email copywriter? And you might say, take on the ideas and principles of David Ogilvy or Matt Pekak, world-class email copywriters. I'm going to give you a topic and I want you to write an email to my list. Please note that my list is primarily 65% women, and so on and so on and so on. Okay, so I'm going to show you how it can literally think for you. So here I'm going to say, write an email. Now, by the way, guys, some of you are saying, but Vishen, we like your emails. My emails are not completely created from ChatGPT. I get the idea out, and then I use ChatGPT as to fine-tune ideas, to improve grammar, and to give me new ideas, okay? So write an email about how coffee can be bad for you if it's consumed in too much quantity, okay? Target this email to women over 30. Bring in ideas from Dave Asprey. Okay, so that's a fairly complex task. If you had a copywriter in your staff, you might be paying them $50 to $100 for that email. This email is now this is a really good email and it's being generated here instantaneously. Hello, coffee-loving ladies over 30. Are you a coffee enthusiast like me? If so, I have some intriguing insights to share with you about our beloved daily brew. While coffee can be delightful and energizing, it's important to understand that moderation is the key. Look at the language. But look at how easy it was. Now it's giving me tips. It's actually giving you ideas on coffee. Now, remember, I said, bring in ideas from Dave Asprey. I didn't have to tell it that Dave Asprey founded Bulletproof Coffee. It knows. It says, have you heard of Bulletproof Coffee? This unique concoction championed by Dave Asprey combines high-quality coffee, grass-fed butter, and MCT oil. The addition of healthy fat provides sustained energy. Boom. Email written. Jobs disappearing. Speed. Accelerated. This is the power of the world today. And this is what you need to be aware of. If you know how to use this, you can literally very rapidly double your business because you double your productivity. If you are not using Airtable, ChatGPT, and Midjourney right now, and you now learn to use it, if you're a writer, if you're a coach, you will double your productivity in 6 months. It won't happen immediately because you got to get better and better and better at it. I'm world-class at it. But as you get better and better at it, your productivity completely doubles. Okay? This is what we need. I want you guys to know. So, you guys following me so far? You guys enjoying this content? Is this too deep? And after that email on coffee, I certainly had a craving for coffee. It's so funny how the human mind works. Oh, my coffee. I can't give up coffee. Coffee to me in the morning is like the smell of God rolling around in a field of puppies. Like, I just love it. It just wakes me up. So I know it can be bad, but I'm not giving it up anytime soon. So let's now go on to some of these other ideas. Okay, so I've shared with you. And wow, our attendance has actually gone up. We're now at 3,800 people. So I've shared with you ChatGPT, Midjourney, Airtable. Please make sure you are using these tools because these tools are so important and so essential. And they will, I tell you, change your life. Can't wait for you guys to go deeper in them. Now, let's go to number three. Number three, skills for the future, mastery of networking. So I want to show you some really cool concepts of how I do networking, okay? So remember what I said earlier. Your net worth is equivalent to your network. The more people you know, the wealthier you are going to get because good people open up inspiration, business opportunities, ideas. You want to constantly grow and grow in terms of the quality of people around you. If you are at 1 million, you want to be with entrepreneurs who are doing maybe 3 to 5. If you're 3 to 5, join a group where entrepreneurs are doing more than you. My philosophy has always been this. I only join groups where I can be the stupidest person in the group. Let me repeat that. When I join a networking group, I do not want to be the smartest. I want to be the stupidest person in the group. So when I paid $40,000 to come to a mastermind on Necker Island, I couldn't afford $40,000. But it was 2008. I was young. I was just getting started. The guy organizing the group, I was super nice to him. And he actually took pity on me. He's like, wow, you're a young, hungry entrepreneur. Tell you what, Necker Island, Richard Branson's island, the rooms are $10,000 a night, but I'll fit you in the group if you can camp on the beach. If you can find a little boat, sleep on the boat, camp on the beach, and I'll let you in the group for like a fraction of the usual cost. And this guy who took pity on me allowed me to get in. And the business was so tiny, there's no way I could afford 40K. But because of the kindness of this man, remember, who you know matters, right? He got me in this group, and there I got my mind blown. I got to sit down with Branson, 3 hours one-on-one. Branson's also such a really nice guy. I was so young. He spent 3 hours with me, feeding me with insights, feeding me with ideas. And in 1 year, I doubled my business. Networking matters. And this is what I want to stress. Now, here's how to hack it. So the first question you want to ask yourself is, what do people think of you? So this is a really important one. Okay? There are 3 things that people are going to gauge you on. And this is how people decide if you're going to be in their network, invited to a dinner party, invited into their groups. The first is, do they like you? So don't be a dick. Do they like you? And likability comes from many different factors. Kindness, gentleness, your energy, how you radiate positivity and health. Likeness also comes from being wonderfully different. If you're a minority, you actually have an advantage because you're different. And in today's world, people want to be surrounded by diversity. Good people. All good people want diversity. They want to be surrounded by people who are different. I remember when I was in that group in Necker Island, we had this man who was on a wheelchair, and he was a young under 30, and he had brittle bone disease. So when you have this disease, your body is distorted, and you end up being about 3 feet tall, and you can't use your arms or legs properly. And we were so connected over supporting this man, and his name was Sean, and Branson was and Sean had such a great attitude. Everybody wanted to get to know Sean, to connect with Sean, because he represented a new way of viewing the world that was alien to most of us. And this can be beautiful. So don't think because you're different, people do not want to get to know you, okay? So likability is the first one, but it's not enough to be liked. The second thing is that you must be trusted. So what I mean by trustworthy is that people trust you. You're not there to extract. You're there to give. Keith Ferrazzi, who teaches networking on Mindvalley, has one important rule. I want you to write this down. The rule is this: never keep score. What it means that you give without keeping score. When Naveen comes and gives me an hour of his time to talk to my audience, he doesn't say, Vishen owes me an hour back. He doesn't care. He doesn't keep score. When I do favors to anyone, I don't care if I never gain anything from them. I don't keep score. Rule number one is do not keep score. I asked Naveen about this rule, and he said, I don't need to keep score. God, the universe, whatever you want to call it, it keeps score. And I believe that if I keep doing good, good will come back to me. So don't keep score. Okay? So that's what creates trustworthiness. You are not trying to gain anything from anyone. So likability, trustworthiness. Now, by the way, remember when we were talking about social media, all of those things you want to curate, your tone of voice, your body language, all of those increase likability. So it's related. Keeping score it comes from the heart. You can't fake that. By the way, they are people, psychopaths, con artists, who are super likable and they want something. That can be dangerous, right? You got to trust your intuition around those guys. Have you ever been around people who make you feel icky? Trust your gut, because they are fakes out there. But genuine, honest people, trustworthiness is important. Now, there's a third ingredient, and that third ingredient is this. It's not just enough for someone to like you and for someone to trust you. They have to respect your skills. They have to respect you. That gentleman, Joe Polish, I'll never forget his name, who gave me that opportunity to come to Necker Island, he respected me because I was invited to speak on social media. This was 2008, and he saw me give a talk on social media and how I was leveraging social media for Mindvalley. Back then it was Twitter, right? It was literally Twitter. It was the early days of Twitter. And my talk had high value, and I wasn't paid to speak. I just wanted to share my experiences leveraging Twitter. And he respected my skills. So he thought, okay, even though this guy is really young, many of these older entrepreneurs that have no idea how to use Twitter, maybe there's something of value. So he respected me. So likability, trustworthy, and then do people respect you? And people respect you if you have proven that you are dedicated to some skill. There's very little I can teach Naveen about business. But 2 days ago, I took Naveen and his wife to the gym because I know fitness, and Mindvalley developed a 10X protocol. I worked with Naveen and his wife in the gym to teach them how to stimulate muscle growth for people over 50. So no matter what you know, you could be a fitness trainer. You could have a small specialty in something as tiny as Twitter, but you can use that to leverage respect if you're willing to give. And that's how you start building your network. So that's the first idea. Likability, trustworthiness, respect. Respect, by the way, doesn't come from ego, doesn't come from your looks. It comes from knowledge that you're willing to share to enrich someone else's life. Make sense? Now we come to the next part, and this is called the gathering. So here's what I do. So what you're seeing over here is a simple bio list of 8 people that I invited for dinner. I was traveling through New York, and I like to bring my communities together. So everyone in my life, I keep them on an Airtable database. So I know this sounds funny, but everybody in my life who matters, right? I create an entry for them on Airtable. I classify them by, are they an employee of mine? Are they a business partner? Are they a Mindvalley author? Are they a friend? Are they an expert? Are they a speaker? And then I put them in their fields: music, finance, technology, writing. And then I put down their location: New York, LA. And when I show up in a city, I think about 1 or 2 people. I consider this person a seed. And then, let's say I have access to a restaurant and I have 8 seats. I invite 7 other people to come, actually 6 others, because there's me as well, 6 other people to come, and we do this beautiful dinner together. And then as people are coming to the dinner, I send them this bio list so they can see who else is going to be there. Let me actually show you this in practice, and you will see how this ties to Airtable. So I'm actually going to share with you my Airtable. So what you're seeing over here is literally my Airtable for this particular scenario. So this is the bio list. So these are some of the people that I recently, this is a real thing. It's some of the people I recently brought together in New York just last month. Sheila Kelly, who's one of our speakers at Mindvalley, her famous husband, the actor Richard Schiff. Manon works for me. He's our chief product officer. Max works at Mindvalley. Jenny works at Mindvalley. So I bring in my team as well, senior people in my team. I bring in friends of mine like Barry. I bring in authors like Emily. Irvin is actually a Mindvalley member. And I met him at a Mindvalley event. And he was so nice. I added him to my list because I'm like, this guy lights up people's lives. And so I bring all of these people together. Now, all of them, before coming to the dinner, they see this bio list. Let's click on Sheila Kelly, okay? So you can see Sheila's bio. You can see that she's an actor in fitness. She's a sexpert. She teaches pole dancing for women over 60. And now all of these people get to connect and their lives are enriched. But guess what? Because I'm the one connecting everyone, I gain likability, respect, and trust among the entire community. And I don't keep score, but things come back to me. So for example, Richard, I wanted to create a demo reel because I wanted to audition for a movie. I want to be an actor. And Richard, who's a famous actor, said, I'll actually come and act with you to create that demo reel. Sheila said, hey, Vishen, I'll actually coach you on that. Laura, who is an intuition teacher, her husband's a scriptwriter. She's like, I will tell my husband about you, so maybe he will cast you in a movie. Literally, these crazy dreams become more possible because I'm doing people the favor of bringing people together. Now, let me show you what my Airtable looks like. So in my Airtable, I have a category called fields of work. Okay, so these are the different fields of work. Everyone is tagged by a field of work. So we have education fields, health and wellness. Now, why is this important? If somebody says, hey, Vishen, I am looking for someone in healing and spirituality in Los Angeles, I can immediately go to my table and bring up someone in LA who's in healing and spirituality. And then, of course, I have cities. So these are the different cities. And then I have the various, and then here I create a form where people can arrange a dinner. Let me show you what that form looks like. So now I told you with Airtable, you can input, you can output. So I just created this simple form inviting. So this was a form for my team. So I asked people to choose their name, let's say Abraham Moses, and then he chooses if he's attending. And then I ask him for his favorite drink. Okay, still water, favorite food, Japanese sushi, vegan or vegetarian, vegan. And then you can even ask fun questions, random facts about you. All of this goes into a table. And I use Airtable to manage my entire network, including my dinner invitations. The RSVP form is on Airtable. The people list is on Airtable. So, and if people need introductions, I use my Airtable and I create a list of people to introduce them to. So I do this all the time. I have an entrepreneur friend who is traveling to LA and wants to meet people in fashion. I bring up everybody I knew in LA in fashion. I send her the Airtable and I ask her, who do you want an intro to? And then I do an intro on WhatsApp. So this strategy makes you a linchpin. It makes you, a linchpin is the person at the center of a network. That term is coined by, what's his name? I forgot the guy's name, but it's a very famous book. But when you're a linchpin, it could be Seth Godin. When you're a linchpin, you are so connected to people that people want to know you. So this is something I learned from my acting teacher, Bernard Hiller. He was telling me about how Hollywood works. And this is true for almost every industry. He said, and I want you to write this down, it's not who you know. I repeat, the question is not who you know. The question is, do people want to know you? The question is not who you know. The question is, do people want to know you? In my network, everybody wants to know me because I serve my network. I'm there when they need an introduction. I organize dinners and I pick up the tab. I never let anybody else pay. Now I can do that because I can afford it. But if you can't do it, you can go Dutch. That's okay. You can cook at home. That's okay. Nobody cares about the food. You know, in the last year, I had 2 dinner parties where the catering got messed up and no food came. And so picked up the phone and I just ordered pizza and nobody complained, because even though we had all of these high quality guests, nobody cared about the food. They cared about who was there. I remember Sheila Kelly was at that dinner and she says, you know, this is kind of fun because in my family home, family time was bonding over pizza. And I feel more bonded to the people here because we don't have fancy food. We just have pizza. And so these strategies do not cost you a dime, but they will make you powerful and they will earn you so much money. Now, you don't need to know powerful people. You just need to know a few really good people in your city. Get them together for the dinner and then start building a list. Start hosting the dinner every Thursday, 6 or 7 or 8 different people. Start building the list. And then those people will start hosting dinners and inviting you back. And then as these dinners become more and more popular, you start inviting people just a little bit out of your reach, and then just a little bit more out of your reach. And then eventually you will start creating these dinners with the most incredible people. One of my biggest gatherings was with Gerard Butler, the famous actor. He heard about how popular my dinner parties were, and he gave me his mansion in Hollywood to organize a party for 150 people. He refused to let me pay for anything. Gerard frickin' Butler, right? The famous actor. And all of that happens because you start building up your network. So somebody asks, what is your criteria for good people? Kindness and givers. That's what I care about. Okay. The same thing that you want to curate: likability, trustworthiness, respect. The same thing is the people you bring in. Are they likable? Are they trustworthy? Are they someone you respect? And respect means you have a skill that you are willingly able to share with other people to make their lives better. Okay, someone said, are these dinners a business expense? I honestly don't care that you can make them a business expense. Actually, that's a great idea. Thank you for asking that. You can absolutely make these a business expense. That's a wonderful idea because it's going to grow your business. Host a dinner. I tell people, host a dinner every week. By the way, you want to improve your longevity, you want to improve your happiness. Social connections is the biggest way to do that. And all of those things will also improve your business because your brain's functioning better, you're more energized. People, and the people you know, good people are the ultimate medicine. Write that down. Good people are the ultimate medicine. Okay, now we're going to go on to the final point. Now, there's of course more. There are more to these dinner concepts. There's Jeffersonian dinners and all of that. We have deeper trainings on that. I'll tell you about that towards the end. Okay, are you guys enjoying this so far? We're in our last hour. Okay, so this is just a screenshot of some of the categories. So if you guys want to copy this, these are some of the categories that I use to classify people in my network. And you can always add new categories. I like to visualize them with an emoji as well. Okay, now the fourth one, mastery of the growth mindset. You'll see this term recurring and recurring and recurring. The Emirati government, one of the most advanced governments in the world, just asked me to come and train 150 of their employees on growth mindset. The question is why, and what is growth mindset? Growth mindset is the idea that the biggest and most important job you have is to be a better human in every way, every day. That means just get a little bit better in some dimension of your being every day. Choose different dimensions so you're getting better in every different way: relationships, health, mental, attitude, spirituality. But just aim to learn something new every day. And you guys, give yourselves a massive round of applause because you are here. You guys are spending 4 hours going through this to become better. And this is growth mindset. So I wanted to share with you a new idea that I'm playing with that I've never shared in Mindvalley before. So I call this my 1-month experiment. Now, while I use the Mindvalley app daily to go through classes, for 1 month every year, I go a little bit extra. And I spend 2 hours every day for 1 month going deep into personal growth to reset and recalibrate my body. So, over the course of the year, we will put on a little bit extra weight, maybe. We might forget some of our practices. We might certainly feel ourselves unfocused or going through brain fog. And, I eat dessert. I enjoy wine. But 1 month a year, I go super healthy to recalibrate. And typically in that month, my body weight will go from 15% to 12 or 13%. My brain becomes super sharp. Bad habits start disappearing. My longevity actually changes. I reverse my age by 5 to 7 years. Now, this is what I'm in that month right now. I'm in week 2 of that month. I'm about to finish week 2. And this is what I do. So I call this my sprint month. So I want to share with you my exact protocol, okay? Eating practices, 5 days of praline. No. That's a spelling mistake. Prolon, Prolon, Prolon. Please don't do 5 days of pralines. Those are delicious chocolates, but they're not going to do much for your health. Can't believe I have that spelling mistake. 5 days of Prolon. So Prolon is a fasting mimicking program. So it trains your body to believe that you're fasting. It's 5 days and you're doing around 600 to 1,000 calories for 5 days. So I'm just experimenting with Prolon, but I finished it. And I was doing it mostly to see if I could do it, if I could tolerate not eating much for 5 days. And I can say it was bloody freaking uncomfortable, but I did it anyway. So that's Prolon. And then after Prolon, now again, I'm not recommending it. There are some doubts about it. I didn't find I lose weight, but apparently fasting creates a concept called autophagy, where your body sheds a lot of its toxins and dead cells. So again, Google it. You decide if you want to do it. But what I can recommend is WildFit. Then I go into what is called a WildFit a spring. 3.5 weeks of a WildFit spring. So if you've done WildFit before, you've trained your body. When you cut carbs, it immediately starts tapping into fat reserves. So I then eat a WildFit diet, which is meat, veggies, lots of protein, lots of fats, tea and water, no alcohol, no sugar, no carbs, no milk. And I lose 1 kilogram a week. And it's surprisingly easy to do. Like, I don't even have a craving for sugar or alcohol right now. Now, at the same time, I deliberately reduce coffee. Now, that is not working today. Today is my freaking fail day because I'm with you guys for 4 hours. So let me get another sip of this sweet, delicious brew. But in most cases, I will cut coffee down to just 1 cup a day. Then high creatine. Creatine stimulates muscle. High protein. I was watching some videos by Dr. Mark Hyman, and I realized I needed to take more soluble fiber, avocados, and olive oil. So I'm deliberately putting that in my body. So during your sprint, you can put new substances into your body to see how you feel. Now, my morning routine, cold shower, skincare, because men are stupid when it comes to skincare. So I literally have my female friends teach me how to take care of my skin. Women have nailed it. We men are idiots on this. Supplements for brain power and mood. So I'm taking alpha GPC, and I'm finding that it really dramatically improves my brain power. Pull-up still fatigue, so I install pull-up bars when I start my day, pull-ups till I can't go anymore, standing desk, and then noon, supplements for calm. There are many different supplements, but here's the one I recommend, L-theanine, powerful supplement for calm. A pill of it is like 20 glasses of green tea, calms you down. And then power nap. So I'm a big believer in napping. Studies on napping by NASA show that a 22-minute or so nap boosts your productivity following the nap by 30%. So if you're feeling tired, don't have to push your way through. You can nap for 22 minutes. And in the next 2 hours, you're going to make up for that time. And then red light therapy. So I'm experimenting with red light therapy for hair regrowth. I'm literally trying to see, because I'm a male, 47, I'm at that age where if I don't take care of my hair, it starts falling out, right? So I wear a red light therapy headset. It looks kind of futuristic. And I'm seeing what happens in terms of hair regrowth. There were studies on this that show that it can actually help men and women regrow hair. And it also causes your hair to be thicker and denser. And you wear a red light therapy headgear for about 30 minutes twice a week. That's it. Then evening, again, skincare. I found that 7 hours, 45 minutes of sleep is the sweet spot for me. Supplements for sleep, and that is magnesium, melatonin, but no more than 3 times a week. And for magnesium, I suggest a supplement called upgraded magnesium. It's the most advanced type of magnesium supplement. Remarkable, and it really helps you sleep. And then I have a sauna because I live in Estonia. So sauna for 30 minutes, 4 times a week. There's a lot of studies right now. I'm going to see if I can bring up some really fascinating ones on saunas and longevity. And this is what they found, right? They found that sauna 4 to 7 times a week, 19 minutes of straight heat, 170 degrees Fahrenheit or 77 C, causes a 40% reduction in all causes of mortality. You get all the benefits of exercise except muscle growth. And you want to look into that. Sauna giving you the same benefits as exercise except muscle growth, right? So you want to do sauna. And that brings me to the other one, high intensity interval training. That's not on this list because I do it naturally anyway, but I am doing 10X by Mindvalley. And if you have access to 10X, it's one of the most effective ways to build muscle. Doing this protocol, my goal is to lose 1 kilogram of fat a week and add 1% of my body mass in muscle a month. Okay, so all of this is being measured using scans, DEXA scans. Now, the final one you'll notice, weekly, dinner social with friends. This is the mistake people make. They get so obsessed over this health thing, but then they go, you know, I'm not drinking wine. I can't take dessert. I'm going to be a hermit for this month. I'm basically not going to see my friends. And that's stupid because I can tell you this, you want to get healthy? Your friends, good people are the ultimate medicine. Your social dinners will actually increase your lifespan. There were studies on this in the Blue Zone studies. It will increase your happiness levels. It'll make you more productive at work. So remember the Blue Zone studies. They said that cultures where people had a large number of humans living to over 100, there was heavy to moderate exercise. There were moderate drinking of alcohol. It turned out it wasn't the drinking of alcohol. It was that when you're drinking alcohol, you're typically doing it within the context of a community. You're cheering with people. You're having wine with someone. It's not the wine, I hate to break it to you, but it's the person you're drinking the wine with. So if you're drinking alcohol by yourself, oh God, you're in trouble. But you can connect with people very easily over tea or over sparkling water. Now, if you must have a glass of wine, that's okay too. But in my case, for my 1-month experiment, completely off alcohol because I realized I was relying on it too much. I would have on average 10 drinks a week, right? And I wanted to see if I could go a month without any alcohol. Now, for all of this, I'm measuring my body fat. And by the way, if you want to know how to measure your body fat, it's very simple. It's the inches of your neck and the inches of your waist. You minus your neck from your waist. You Google military body fat calculator. You plug that into the military body fat calculator along with your height, your gender, and you'll get your body fat percentage. And so body fat, you don't need an expensive scan. Just Google military body fat calculator and you can calculate this. Okay, so this are the 4 principles for mastering the world. Let's repeat. The first principle is mastery of how you show up, social media, everything of that sort. The second one is mastery of no-code software and AI, ChatGPT, Midjourney, Airtable. Third is mastery of networking. And the fourth is mastery of growth mindset. Are you guys liking this so far? Okay, so now we're coming to the tail end of this conversation. We have 14 minutes left. So what I want to do is we're going to go into some more interesting ideas. I'm now going to talk about how to create an offer for your company, for your product that is so good that people want to buy from you. Okay, I'm going to use my own product as an example, how to create an offer that's so good. We're also going to talk about a really powerful concept in branding, how to put your soul into your product to make your product irresistible. Okay, now I want to ask you a question. So far, of everything that you've learned, based on your estimate, how much is this worth to you? If you were to apply this, how much is this worth to you? Put a number down, a money number. 40K, priceless, 10K, 20K, 50K, 5K. That's great. That's great. Yeah, I want to deliver value. Someone said 1 million, someone said 100K. Don't say priceless. It's not priceless. Put a number to it. Some say 10 billion. That's absolute bullshit, but I appreciate your suck-uppery. 1,000, 1K, 100 million. Okay, I mean, if you're doing 100 million and this doubles your business, then yeah, it's worth 100 million to you. That's great. 1,600. That's great. Phenomenal. Okay, so you are stating to yourself how much this is worth to you. Remember that, because one of the most important principles in transformation theory is rate of application. Here's what they found. Okay, the study was done at the University of Toronto. The people who create the biggest transformations, when they learn something, their rate of application is high. In short, they immediately start applying. Are you guys going to take action and immediately start a free Airtable account? It's free, literally. Start a free account on ChatGPT. Start inviting people to a dinner party. Start watching videos on YouTube on how to improve your charisma and presentation. If you take those steps immediately, you are going to go through a significant transformation. And one of the first steps, block out 2 hours a week to go into navigation mode so that you are setting the right course, you are navigating right. Don't just be the entrepreneur who's constantly accelerating. Not only will you hurt your business, but you will close your mind to ideas. You will hurt other areas of your life because you cannot obsessively just focus on your business. So make sure you also block out those 2 hours minimum. So someone is saying 2 hours seems little. You're absolutely right. Like I said, half my time is navigation mode, right? I'm a CEO, but I also have a phenomenal team. Without my team, I couldn't do it. But if you're just starting out, it may be 2 hours, then slowly you'll improve it to 3, 4, 5 as you start bringing people in. Okay. Now, we're going to go on to the final two areas. Now, Mindvalley has launched a new division of Mindvalley called Mindvalley Mastery. And we're going to be teaching people how to master aspects of life that involve making money. And one of our first mastery programs is business mastery. We currently have about 100 people in the program. We have another 100 spots which are available. And those of you who want to train with me and go through inspirational trainings like this, super deep dive in everything from AI to hiring, to learn all of the secrets of how I do it. And I very often bring in guest speakers like Naveen. If you want to do this every 2 weeks with me, I invite you to join Mindvalley Business Mastery. And the other cool thing about Mastery is the people in it are super high level. The actress Sheila Kelly is in it. One of the world's top advertising experts is in it. There was a guy I just interviewed in the Mindvalley podcast, and he healed himself of cancer. And he's an incredible guy. He's in it. So any of you who want to join Mindvalley Mastery, we'll show you how you can apply to get in. We have 100 spots. It is huge value for money, and it is $10,000 a year. It adds up to about $240 per hour of training. But if you're saying an hour with me delivered that much money to you, then $240 for an hour where I go super deep and I share with you the exact advertising strategy, the exact customer acquisition strategy, the exact model we use to build viral products, then that should be worth it. But we'll talk about that later, okay? But it's called Mindvalley Mastery, and I'll show you some of the topics we're going to be covering and how it works. Everything happens on Zoom, and the community is so good. But it's not for everyone. We keep it really small because we want a tight community of people operating at a high level, and that's why it's $10K a year. But that is my private mastermind, and any of you are welcome to apply. Now let's go on to the next training, and we're going to talk about a concept called soul branding. So this is soul branding. I learned this idea from a really brilliant Sudanese refugee. So this person was someone who actually worked for me at one point. His former name was Amir Ahmad. Now he goes by the name Dreamer Starlight. He actually had a beautiful story. He was a Sudanese refugee. His government back then, when Sudan was run by a dictatorship, they tried to kill him. He had to move to Canada. He sought asylum and he changed his name to Dreamer Starlight. And you can find him online. but he taught me this really beautiful idea. So Dreamer was working at Mindvalley when he was very young. And then he went on to write a really famous book. He traveled all around the world. He spoke at all of these Ivy League schools. And one day he came back to visit me, his old boss. And he said, Vishen, you're marketing Mindvalley completely wrong. And I said, what do you mean? So I called him Amir. And I still refer to him as Amir because Amir is what I knew him was when he was young. And Amir is around 15 years younger than me. But I really respect this beautiful mind. Amir, you're here. Hey, it's so nice to hear you. Dreamer is here. Amir, can I bring you live as I tell this story? Okay, hang on. Bianca, could you bring Amir live?
Yes, what is the exact name of his
Dreamer,
Zoom?
D-R-I-M-A.
Yes.
So one of the important things about me, guys, is that I never plagiarize. If I learn something from someone, I always honor them, I always bring them up, and I always share their name. So you notice I never claim something as my own if it's not my own. And this is just my way of honoring teachers. And Amir, even though he was one of my employees, was a great teacher to me, and I want to bring him up. So D-R-I-M-A at Assertive & Co. Okay.
I can find him, Vishen, only if he's from the phone and maybe not available for video. Can you please check too?
Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm inviting Amir as a panelist. Okay, here we go. Okay, Amir, you're now a panelist. Okay, Amir, if you can't, if you're not able to turn on your camera, don't worry, but I'll keep it optional, okay?
Hello, what a lovely opportunity.
I'm so honored that you were actually here. I didn't know you were going to be on, but we're blessed that you're here, Amir. Are you open? Hey, good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you. It's been a long time. I've come out of a long recovery journey. I'm thinking of coming to Mindvalley U for the first time in Estonia this July, but it's good to be here. I figured I'd get a warm up before Talent.
Anyway, Amir, you know how much I love you, and I want to share this methodology you taught me. Okay, we won't have time to go super deep, but I'll share glimpses of it. Those of you in the mastermind, we'll go really deep in it there. Okay, but so by the way, this is a beautiful picture I just created on Midjourney to represent this idea of soul branding. But let me turn off the picture and let me tell you how it works. So Amir came to me, Dreamer came to me, and Dreamer, you told me, Vishen, you're marketing Mindvalley all wrong. You're asking your team to come up with the values for your company. But here's the thing that you get wrong. The values of a company are not a democratic approach. You can't be bringing your team together and asking them for the values of your company because your team is always going to change. People are going to join, people are going to leave. And what Amir explained to me was really beautiful. He says, the universe already knows what it wants to create. And the universe chooses you as a founder. When you have the idea for your business, that's not sometimes just a spontaneous whisper. It is the universe whispering in you. And the universe chose you because of your unique circumstances, the peaks of your life and the pains of your life. So he said, Vishen, you have to establish the values for Mindvalley, not make it a democratic process and bring in consultants or your team. It comes from you. The founder was chosen and the founder has to establish the values. And I tell you, Vishen, if you establish the values, your company is going to be magnetic. Amir, would you like to elaborate on this?
Absolutely, and thank you for the opportunity. It's great to be here with all of you globally. The psyche knows how to heal. We've all gone through stuff in our childhoods. Inevitably, we're going to go through pain in life, but suffering is optional. And if you look at the things that you went through as things that happened not to you, but for you in order to teach you lessons, that's what the universe wants you to wake up to. And so as you awaken and you begin to learn the lessons of what went on, there are values inherently embedded in those lessons and the nature of your soul. So just like a fingerprint, you have a unique soul print, unique to you and no one else. And so what you're talking about here, Vishen, are foundational values. They come from you and no one else.
Right. So we're talking about foundational values that come from you and no one else. Now, where do our values come from? Some of you may already know your values, but there's an exercise that Amir leads you through where you go really deep and the values become so obvious. So in my case, as I sat down with Amir, in 45 minutes, I remember we were at Starbucks in Kuala Lumpur, the values emerged. And the values were transformation, envisioning, which means seeing the future, creating, and then unity. Right. You remember unity. But the thing was where these values came from. Envisioning or creation came because when I was a kid, I loved building elaborate Lego structures. I went on to become an engineer. I just love building stuff. Building gives me joy. The second value was unity. This value actually came from pain. So not all values come from fun moments. Sometimes values come from pain. You go through pain and you decide at a soul level that I want to prevent other people from feeling this pain. And the battling of that pain becomes a value. So why was mine unity? Because I was living in America for 9 years, and after September 11, because I had a passport from a Muslim country, I was added to the Muslim watch list and my life became hell. And the Muslim watch list, this was the one that Trump wanted to bring back in 2016. And I'm not trying to be political here, but what people don't know was that it was a real thing in 2003 during the Bush era, during the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. And for some stupid reason, I got added to it. I'm not a Muslim, nor should it matter. And I couldn't board planes. I couldn't use certain airports. I couldn't board a plane without a 2-hour interrogation. I couldn't get off a plane without a 2-hour interrogation. Every 4 weeks, I had to report to the police to be fingerprinted, to get my mugshot taken, to provide my credit cards so they could go through all my purchases. And I had to leave America because I had to live like I was in parole simply because of my passport. And that's how Mindvalley, which started in New York, moved to Malaysia. And I was so upset with that degree of racism and disunity that I decided that unity, bringing people together of all cultures, all religions, all races, was something I wanted to fight for. And so unity became a value. And then the third one is transformation, which is essentially becoming a better human. And that came because when I was young, I got bullied a lot. And my father put me in martial arts class. And through martial arts, I learned self-discipline, I learned health, I learned wellness. My very first trip to the US was to compete in the US Open. I was 17 years old. And I went to compete in the US Open in Taekwondo, which is Korean karate. And so what happened is that I was building Mindvalley haphazardly. And Amir came, this was 2016, and he said, these values have to go into Mindvalley. And so we started shifting the values, okay? Unity became a core value. All our hiring ads spoke about the diversity. When we were hiring people, if someone applied from a country where we didn't have already someone, they were more likely to get a job. Soon we had 60 different nationalities working in one office. We fought for unity. When Donald Trump in 2016 announced the Muslim watch list, he wanted to bring it back. We released an advertisement about how Muslim employees were so amazing and they were transforming our company. And we were not making it political. We were just showing that our app was made by Syrian refugees and they were genius. And why should they be discriminated against, right? That was a company standing for unity. And then we spoke about transformation. We decided that we were not just going to sell our courses. We wanted to measure how our courses were transforming lives. Today, we have, if you go to stories.mindvalley.com, what makes us different from so many of our competitors is we have tens of thousands of real stories of transformation. The third value was envisioning. We decided we were not going to stop with one thing. We were constantly going to make our app and our platform better and better and better. In 1 year, guys, our brand exploded. Literally exploded. We were not profitable 2016. 2017, we were wildly profitable. Sales grew, I think, by something whopping like 50%. It was massive. And my careers in entrepreneurship changed. So Amir, thank you. Amir was one of my employees. He joined Mindvalley as an intern at 22. And I hire a lot of great people. I also hire a lot of people, and I don't know their names because I can't with 400 people. But Amir was one of those people who, and I just want to say this publicly, you completely changed my life.
Thank you.
So thank you. I love you.
Love you too, man. It's good to see you and it's good to be back here.
Yeah.
I'll share with you the whole recovery journey I've been on for the last 4, almost 5 years. We're not going to get into it now, but you're right on. Those are your foundational values. You can't help but be that way unconsciously. And so what we did is we took the unconscious and we made it conscious and articulated, and those became the foundational values that come from you and you only and no one else, and they are non-negotiable. How people enact those values, sure, that's open to discussion, is democratic, and those are called organizational values, how you organize to execute on Vishen's foundational values.
Right. Exactly. So my question to you guys is this, right? What are the values that so matter to you, and why are you not putting them in your business? Because if you inject your values in your business, the universe is going to literally bless your business. Your business will become magnetic. I'm on Richard Branson's island right now. And if you think about the Virgin brand, it represents Richard's values, playfulness, right? Virgin is all about playfulness. Everything they do is fun, their communication. They are the ones who pioneered the really cool, incredible airline video, the airline dance video, which gives you the instructions on how to buckle your safety belt and take care of security precautions. It's so fun. Another one of his values is adventure. And notice all his companies, Virgin Galactic going to space, Virgin Atlantic flying across the ocean, the new one, Virgin Cruises, are all about adventure. The Virgin brand is one of the greatest brands out there, but the values of the founder are embedded in it. Virgin was meant to be created, and the universe chose Richard because of this unique legacy. You look at Nike, Phil Knight's values of Nike, healthy lifestyle, spending your weekends working on your body, infused Nike, the concept of the weekend warrior. You look at Oprah, the Oprah network, and their values of embracing our inner spirituality, because that's Oprah. Oprah went through some serious shit, right? And she came out, and kindness. Oprah was raped, she was abused. She came out of that. And her values are all about empowering women and so on. And so your values have to go in your business. You could be running an ice cream shop, but you can embed your values in that business. You can be building jewelry. You can embed your values in that business, but you got to know your values first. You got to go really deep and understand where they are and know that they come from peak and they come from pain. Peak moments are maybe something beautiful. For me, it was building my elaborate Lego creations as a 7-year-old, or they can come from pain, being on a freaking racist government watch list. And so peak or pain, your values will infuse your business. I'm not angry at being on that racist watch list. By the way, Obama ruled it unconstitutional in 2008, and it was abolished. And in 2016, when Trump tried to bring it back, people marched all across America and the idea was killed, right? So I'm not angry about that. It actually made me who I am. And if it wasn't for that watch list, I wouldn't be in Malaysia. I wouldn't have met Amir. I wouldn't have built Mindvalley. And so that's what it is. Okay. Oh, and by the person, and by the way, I just want to know the people who are bashing Branson, I know him. What you're saying is just stupid. Like, please stop that. Okay. And it's not true. So our values decide. Our values are a gift to us. Think carefully. What are the values that you carry? And think about your pain and ask yourself, was this happening to me or happening for me? And just suppose if it was happening for you, what is a value that you are going to take on to bring forth into the world? Now, plug that into your business and observe things explode. This is the secret of branding.
Right on, Vishen. The last thing that I will add is everything you talked about, those are lived values. There are values that are already active, that you're already living consciously or unconsciously, and they're already consistent and have been consistent for a long time. The mistake most people make is they articulate aspirational values. It's okay to aspire, and it's okay to articulate aspirational values that you want to move towards, but not before you've identified your current active lived values that are already in your life today.
Right. Absolutely. So thank you, Amir. I appreciate that. Okay. So Amir, I'll let you go now.
Much love. See you in Estonia.
Thank you. I'm so excited you're going to be there. And we're now coming to the final part of our presentation. Okay. So we're going to talk about building a great product. And as I talk about building a great product, and I give you this 4-step formula, okay, to building a great product, I also want to show you the product that I'm currently most excited about and how this 4-step formula works. Now, if you understand this 4-step formula for building a great product, what I believe is going to happen is that you are going to see customers flock to your business. You can charge a good price where you can be profitable, where you can deliver a great product and be innovative about it. But it all comes from this idea of building a great product. Okay, so before we go there, I want to show you about what we are building. Okay, it's called the Mindvalley Business Mastery, and this is a new division of Mindvalley called Mindvalley Mastery. Let me quickly show you. So as I take you through a new division, I'll also talk about the 4 principles for building a great product. I want to give you a quick idea of the 4 principles now, so you kind of understand what it's about. The first principle of a great product is your customer must be sold on the dream. Okay, you must give a dream. The second principle is they must understand why you are going to be qualified to deliver the dream. So you must give the dream, give why you are qualified to deliver the dream scenario. But then there are 2 things that you got to reduce. You got to reduce time to results, and you got to reduce the ease at which you get the results. So you magnify the dream, you magnify your credibility to deliver the dream, you reduce time to the dream, and you reduce the pain it takes to get to the dream. So we're going to explore that later, okay, and how you can apply this to a business. So one of the things that I want to invite you guys to do is, firstly, for those of you who listen to this class and felt that you gained thousands of dollars worth of value, I want to invite you to join my Business Mastery. We have 100 students in our Business Mastery right now, and we start meeting Thursday this coming week, and we'll be meeting every 2 weeks. I come on for about, so the first half of the month, me or a special guest like Naveen come on for 1 hour, and we go really deep and we share secrets that we don't share publicly. Because many people like me, I don't want to share Mindvalley's exact advertising strategy publicly. I don't want my competitors knowing that. But within the safe space of my 100 masterminders, I'll share that because I want to mentor great people. And everybody signs a contract that the secrets cannot get out. Now, the same applies to our guest. Naveen, for example, might be a guest. And then 2 weeks later, we come back. And this time, it's not a guest. It's just me. And I teach the hottest, most powerful new tool that we're using at Mindvalley. It may be usages of ChatGPT to create virtual employees so we can drive down cost. It may be a new type of marketing philosophy that's crushing it for us on YouTube. And then again, we go into a 30-minute community breakout session. So it's about 2.5 hours a month of classes, and then 1 hour a month of 1 to 1.5 hours a month of community breakout where people discuss. The community breakouts are led by Bianca, but all the masterminders come together. Bianca just facilitates and everybody speaks, right? It adds up, if you do the math, to $240 an hour of lessons, which is very worthwhile because every lesson is designed to deliver thousands of dollars to you. So that's Business Mastery. And if you want to join, applications are opening up. It's $10,000 a year. Now, this is what we are covering. In June, we are training our masterminders on how to nail employee branding, hiring, firing, and team building. In July, you learn how to build a brand that is sticky and drops your acquisition cost while raising your customer lifetime value. So it's a lower cost to get in customers, but you increase what is called your CLV, so your customers stay with you longer and are with you much, much, much longer. In August, we go into advanced AI to automate business operations and reduce operational costs. You got a bit of a taste of this, but let's go super deep on how to use AI to just drop the cost of your business. And yes, this picture is generated by AI. So you can see we are actually using AI even in these presentations. In September, how to craft winning offers and create irresistible sales. Last year, Mindvalley had the #1 long-form video sales letter on all of YouTube globally. But we also had the #3 long-form video sales letter on all of YouTube globally. And we had both. And you're going to learn the methodology of how we did that. In October, we go into product launch. When we launch a product, how do we instantly do million+ in sales through effective product launch strategies that includes playing with curiosity, creating hype, creating demand, and so on. In November, we go into how to create virtual AI employees that can outperform normal humans in complex tasks. Peter Diamandis just said that the next billion-dollar company is going to be created by no more than 3 people working together using AI. And you're going to learn some of these steps, how to create virtual AI employees. In December, we're going to structuring your day for optimal flow, productivity, and performance, how I shaved off an hour a day. And you're going to learn how you can likely generate an extra 5 hours a week through productivity tools. You got a bit of a taste of it over here with Airtable, but again, we go deeper. I'm just really, in 4 hours, I'm just cutting the surface of what I think we can teach. Okay, so this is a rough idea. And so every month it's a different topic. We go really deep. And I want to share with you this really cool story from one of our masterminders. So Peter is one of the top advertising experts in the world, but he's part of the mastermind. So you actually are in the same group with all of these world-class people. So listen to what Peter says.
You know, the most life-changing thing about business I've learned from Vishen Lakhiani, founder of Mindvalley, is how the hell do you run a 300-person team? I don't know if you've thought about this yet, but they're churning out world-class quests for all their courses, world-class advertising at scale with 300 employees out of Malaysia, bringing everybody up to speed. Their onboarding system is crazy. How do they communicate? How do they organize documents? How do they organize logins for things? It's absolutely insane. Mind-blowing, insane, the operation that Vishen has built inside of Mindvalley to make it easy for him.
Oops.
You know,
I guess there's an issue with the video, but what Peter says is basically what he learned that was really powerful was how to build a business at scale. He was doing it. He was a solopreneur, and he learned how to hire, how to build a team, how to scale his team. He went from 1 client to multiple clients, right? So the mastery program is $9,995, and the price is locked for life. I want to build a program where you want to be with me every year, and I can be with you every year. And every year we're going to increase the price. Every year as I grow, as the value of the network grows, the price is going to go up. But we want to build an education model where if you come in now, 10 years from now, the price is still going to be $9,995 when future people might be paying $100K. So we have 100 spots left available at this webinar. And we'll give you a little form. You can click that, not click that QR code, but photograph that QR code. And you can go to a website where you can basically sign up. Okay. And Bianca will post the website link on there. So that's how you can do that. So I hope to see you guys over there. I'll stay back for a little bit of questions, but now let's go on to the ideal offer. Let's go on to this education piece. So you saw Business Mastery. I first announced Business Mastery at Mindvalley's A-Fest, and something really incredible happened. There were 200 people in the audience. And out of 200 people in the audience, 50 people applied for Business Mastery. We took on 25, and then the others are on a wait list. And the reason, a quarter of the people in the audience signed up. And remember, this is a $10,000 product. But why did a quarter of the people sign up? Because of this formula. And I want to break this formula down for you. Okay. We're going to go deep in one of the future Business Mastery courses. But if you understand this formula, you create products that crush it. Bianca, could you confirm if you can see my screen right now?
Yes, we do. We see the ideal
Okay.
offer in part 6.
Perfect. Okay. So the first formula is the dream scenario. You got to paint a picture for your customer. Okay. Now, we were talking to Naveen, right? Naveen spoke about Volume. What is Volume's mission? What if illness was optional? What if you never had to get sick again? That's a dream scenario. If you were designing jewelry, like my friend whom we were talking about, the dream scenario was when you walk into a room, nobody can take their eyes off you because of this beautiful pendant that you're wearing. It just draws attention and eyes, and it has a story that's tied to your life. And so when you sit down to someone and they compliment you on your pendant, you also have a story to share. You become the most interesting person in the room. So her dream scenario is be the most interesting person in the room. That's a dream scenario. Okay. So whatever you're creating, create the dream scenario. If you're running a restaurant, it isn't about delicious food. It's about, so let's say yours is a romantic restaurant. It's make her fall in love with you because she's never been treated to food like this before. See how subtle it is? In most of the world, when going out on a date, it's the guy who invites the girl and chooses the restaurant, right? So you're speaking to the man. Make her fall in love with you because she's never been treated to food like this before, right? That's the dream scenario. People get this wrong. So the dream scenario for business mastery is this: accelerate your growth in business because you don't have to make the mistakes that Vishen already made. I've already made those mistakes. I've gone bankrupt almost 3 times. Like Mindvalley was a slow freaking climb, but I got to 100 million and I learned some crazy useful stuff. And I have this incredible network, and I'm going to teach you all the useful stuff I learned, help you avoid all the stupid mistakes I made that cost me money. And I'm going to bring in all of my crazy mentors whom I'm super connected to because I'm really connected. And you're going to learn from all of these brilliant brains. You can go slow and try to build your own network. You can be silly and make all of your own mistakes and waste money, or you can just shortcut the entire process. So that's the dream scenario. And by the way, the other part of the dream scenario, so you can have multiple, the other part of the dream scenario is where you are now part of this incredible group of 200 brilliant entrepreneurs who come together twice a week, and we share ideas with each other and we support each other. And we even have a whole WhatsApp group where you can connect with everyone. So that's a really powerful thing. Okay. Now, why me? So the second thing is, by the way, someone said LGBT people exist. Remember, I get that, guys, but let's not get overly sensitive. Unity is one of my highest values. I literally got banned from a country because I spoke about LGBT rights on stage when I wasn't supposed to because it was illegal in that country. I've sacrificed my career fighting for LGBT rights in some places. So don't need to remind me of that. I'm on your side, but let's not bring these things into our chat because it's not necessary. Okay. I acknowledge this. Why me? Why me? Okay. So why do you matter? So with me, this is what matters. I've done it, so I know how to get there. But while there are many entrepreneurs who have gotten to 100 million, what matters here is that I'm a competent teacher. There are entrepreneurs who got to 100 million and they are unconsciously competent. That means they are not conscious of why they are competent. I'm conscious because I'm also an educator. I built one of the world's biggest edtech platforms. I know the processes, the principles, how to teach. And because I'm consciously competent, I can break it down into steps. So you get step by step by step. So for example, I've sat down with Richard Branson and he's a genius, but he's unconsciously competent. He's not very good at explaining how we did things. Naveen is consciously competent. Naveen can really explain how we did things. So I've made the mistakes. I'm consciously competent and I have this big network. So that's why me. Now, let's go back to you. Let's say you're the restaurant owner. Why you? Why your restaurant? Perhaps it's because you have traveled the world to find the best recipes. Why you as the jewelry designer? Because you studied art at this particular university. You come from a cultural heritage, maybe Native American or Turkish or something, where there's this fine historical creativity in jewelry design. So why you? So this is how you bring yourself in. And why you matter? Why you also matters because, you also accelerate why you by really mastering the social media strategies.
Vishen, did you change the screen sharing? We're still at part 6.
What you should be seeing is the ideal offer. Do you see that?
Right now. Yes.
Okay. All right. Now we go on. So those 2 things you want to amp up. Now there are 2 things you got to lower. And what you want to lower is speed to results. Okay, so with business mastery, it's not about you're going to get results in 1 year. No, you get results from the very first call. Those of you who join, I'm going to be seeing you on next week on Thursday. You'll have results by Friday. You get results immediately. Now, how do we get results so fast? The stuff we teach is actionable. Think about this call. Are you going to get results from this call in the next 24 hours? Yes. If you block off those 2 hours, if you sign up for Airtable, if you open up an account on ChatGPT, and all of these are super easy to do. They don't take very long, right? So the only thing here that might prevent results is if you twiddle your thumbs and you don't do anything. But of course, the people who are joining this group are not that type of people. If you were, you wouldn't be joining this group anyway. So speed to results means you get those results. And then the other thing we do is, remember I showed you that Google Doc, step by step, how to train ChatGPT? You get these implementation guides as well. And that makes it easy, right? It makes it easy because you don't have to figure this out. We just give you this approach. You'll see I'm doing a class on advertising secrets, and how I built this massive advertising infrastructure for Mindvalley. And I'm going to share with you my scripts for webinars, scripts for how we do video storytelling, so you can accelerate your advertising. I'll even share with you some of my scripts on how I made videos on Instagram go viral. So speed to results and ease. Now, again, let's go back to the restaurant and the jewelry designer so you can see how this applies. Speed to results. What this means is, in your ad or in your Google your Google listing, speed to results in a restaurant is how easy and fast is it to make a booking. If you create a situation where making a booking is hard, it's going to get you less clients. But you make a booking. It's easy to make a booking. When you show up, maybe you might do something special where you know enough about your customer and you instantly bring them the wine that they want, or you recommend the food that fits their specific diet. Speed to results. And then the final one is ease. How easy is it to get your results? So let's go back to the restaurant. It's a date night, okay? And you want to make sure that, and again, I'm speaking for the most common archetype of a date here. I get that there are many different types of dates, but I'm talking about a guy and a girl. I'm speaking about the most common type here for simplicity. Ease is the guy, typically, who makes the booking, wants to know that it's going to be pleasant, that the ambiance is going to right, that everything is going to be easy, that he's not going to be embarrassed because he doesn't understand the wine list, or that the right dietary preferences are not there. And so you want to ensure that all of this is easy, knowing the outcome of the person. The same thing applies to jewelry. Let's say you're having that custom jewelry made, which has a piece of your soul or your identity in the jewelry. How easy is it for you to receive it if you're in a foreign country? Do you have DHL Express shipping with a tracking number? So all of these people forget to put on their websites, but if you did, sales go up. So the jewelry business, on your website, you don't just talk about the jewelry. You don't just talk about why you're unique. You talk about how easy it is to order. You have Apple Pay, you have Google Pay. It is easy to receive it because you ship to all of these countries. You provide a DHL tracking label. All of this should be on your website. You talk about how fast you're going to get it. Do you need it in 7 days? Do you need it in 3 days? These are the options. All of this will accelerate sales. On Mindvalley, actually not on Mindvalley, but on a friend's website. I had a friend and he shared with me a really interesting thing. So he had a website selling a certain type of personal growth protocol. And he added this little thing at the top of his website. And all it did was it said, we ship to, and then it shows the country name in which you are logging in from. So he gave me an example, right? He said, if you're logging in from Australia, it said, we ship to Australia. Now this represents speed and it represents ease. Sales in Australia went up 20%. Because people literally would see his wonderful website and would conclude that I'm in Australia. It's an American website. I won't be able to get it. So a simple thing like this transforms your business, but many people forget it. So you want to build up the dream. You want to talk about why you're uniquely qualified, speed to results, and ease. And you can see how this also applies to business mastery. So thank you, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. I like to end on time. We have 1 minute left. And thank you for joining me. I'll stay back for about 10 minutes for anybody who wants to ask questions. Questions on a business mastery program, questions on anything else. And I'm so honored to have you here. We have 3,000 people with us. At our peak, we were 3,800. So I'm really honored to be able to have you guys join me for 4 hours straight. And I cannot wait to go have some lunch. I'm starving right now. So thanks, guys. And Bianca, do you want to quickly share the link where people can sign up for Mastery, can put in the application form?
Yes, sure. I've been sharing it in the chat, guys, also like 20 minutes ago. And right now I'm sharing it. If you...
Okay, I'll put it up over here, okay?
Yes, amazing.
Yeah, and let's also give the website. What is the website?
This one, mindvalley.com/mastery/business.
Okay, let's add that.
I'm sharing it in the chat too. And because it's going fast, I'm going to share it more times, guys, so that you get it.
Yeah. Okay, if you're applying, if you're thinking about joining, please just add a yes to the chat. I'd love to see. And that'll make me super happy. There you go. mindvalley.com/mastery/business. Okay. Now, one of the things about business mastery is that because the world is changing so fast, I may change the topics. So the topics that I showed you, I reserve the right to change it, given the rapidly changing nature of the world, right? A new AI technology may emerge. Something completely new may come out. My team may discover a new methodology that just accelerates revenues. I want to get that out to you fast. And so sometimes we may change topics, but everything that we committed to teaching will be taught eventually. It's just that we reserve the right to change topics. We sometimes have a special celebrity guest who wants to come and teach, and then we make way for that celebrity guest. But it'll be fun being with you for about roughly 2.5 hours a month, 2.5 hours every month directly. So I'm there 2.5 hours every month, and then another hour to an hour and a half with the group coming together in discussion. So overall, it's going to be really worthwhile. I love the comments I'm seeing. Do we have any questions on business mastery? You can ask it in the chat. Sorry, you can ask it in the Q&A box. Jaideep, Bianca, do you see any questions? I'm inundated right now. There's so much activity in the chat. Oh, yes. Okay, here's the first question. I'm in Thailand. What is the time zone? So in Thailand, it'll be 11 p.m. So we do these calls 4 p.m. London, which is roughly, I think it's roughly 9 a.m. on the East Coast. It's a little bit early on the West Coast. So you'll be waking up. I think it's 10 a.m. on the East Coast.
Yeah, 4 p.m. London is 8 a.m. Los Angeles and 11 a.m.
Oh, got it. Got it. So 8 a.m. Los Angeles is very reasonable. And it is 11 p.m. in Thailand, Malaysia, Hong Kong, 11 p.m., right? And I know that may seem late. When I lived in Malaysia, I was part of various American masterminds, and I always stayed up. I would always take them at 11 p.m., then go to bed at midnight. So it's doable. Hopefully you enjoy working at night, but even if you don't, the recordings are always available. So we make those recordings available. I do get that it's 1 a.m. in Australia, but you chose to live in Australia. You chose to basically go to the furthest point of the planet. But you have koalas to compensate for that. So, okay, so that answers the time zone question. Do you need a certain revenue to apply for business mastery? Yes, absolutely. Minimum revenue should be 80,000 a year. Minimum revenue. Okay, if you're less than 80,000 a year, this is probably not for you. And the reason I say this is because I want to deliver value for you. I don't want anyone joining because they are like a super fan of my work or whatever. 80,000, we know it's going to more than pay off for itself. If your business is 10,000, maybe we can get you to 20,000, maybe 15,000 more reasonably, won't pay off for itself. But if you're at 80,000, I think this is going to pay off for itself. So 80,000 is the minimum. So if you're under 80,000 in annual revenue, don't even bother applying. Okay, what is the ideal student? So the ideal student is an entrepreneur who, or anyone, you can even be in business for yourself. You can be a solopreneur, you can be a coach, as long as you are running a business. You can also be a CEO, you can be a C-level executive. That's fine too. So it's not just for entrepreneurs. You can be a C-level executive in a company. You can get the company to pay if you want, and you will learn some of these benefits. But we do screen the companies that apply. We want to make sure that companies are in a non-competitive field, right? So if you work for another company in EdTech, you definitely will not get in. And if you are in a field that is in competition to Mindvalley, you definitely will not get in as well. But if you're not in competition to Mindvalley, then you will get in. And the reason for that is because I honestly share a lot of stuff that we do that gives us an edge. I want to share this because in other industries, this can be really useful, but obviously we wouldn't want this getting out to competition. Everybody who signs does have to sign a legal document that prevents them from sharing ideas here publicly. You cannot share this anywhere. You cannot even share this with your spouse, because we want to create a safe space where all the entrepreneurs feel really comfortable sharing their biggest secrets.
I see one question that's coming up pretty much, Vishen, and the question is if we have a payment plan for this.
No. Oh, I don't know. I don't think we have a payment plan. Or maybe we do. Do you know, Bianca, can you check? You know what, guys, let's do it this way, okay? When you apply, if you need a payment plan, just reply to the email, let us know, and we'll work it out. Okay? So I believe we do, but it is just reply to the email, we'll work it out. Now, one very important thing. The next time we launch this will be at Mindvalley University, and the price will probably go up a little bit. I don't know how much, a little bit, maybe 10,500, 11,000, somewhere around then. And so you can join later, but this is our first batch. This is our first batch. This is the lowest price, and then the price goes up from here. Every 3 months, we increase the price, and then that price is locked in forever. And the reason we do that is because this is not something we want to scale to 10,000 people, right? So we create a price increase every quarter, and then you're locked in that price. But if you join now, you're one of our founding members, and the price is $995 for the rest of your life. And that's why we encourage you to be a founding member. Okay. So thank you, guys. We're almost done. Deadline date, 1 week. So we'll have the applications out in 1 week. And I mean, as long spots at AFES, all the spots sold out. So we had 35 spots open at AFES, 30 actually. We accepted 35 because sometimes there may be a refund or a cancellation, but we had 15 people on the wait list. So those 15 people on the AFES waitlist will get first preference. So we'll have 85 spots available over here. Again, because this is a program which is about community, we don't just open it up to everyone. We want to slowly build it. We want to fine tune what we have. And a lot of it is also based on your personal questions. So we accept questions from the group. We look at questions that the answer of which can benefit a wide number of people. And I focus on addressing those questions. And that's another reason why this is not something you can just scale up to 1,000 people. And it's an incredible group. Oh gosh, the people in this group, the people we got signing up at AFES, just incredible people. And everybody gets a bio list. So everyone in the group knows everybody else in the group. And so you instantly end up with a series of connections that you can tap into. And because everyone is trained on my principles of networking, everyone is a giver. Everyone is so likable. Everyone is respected because they're an expert in some field. And so very often the bonus is you learn all of these other unique skills from people within the group. Just Peter, that guy who did the testimonial, I mean, he's the guy who does my, his company is the company that I hired to do my video advertising. So he's one of the world's top video advertising experts. Like, he helps companies blow up. And so just having access to him is rare, and he's part of that group. And many Mindvalley authors are also part of the group. I'm not able to share the names, but you're directly in touch with many of the top minds in Mindvalley. So somebody asked, any reason why you didn't mention spirituality? Because this was on business, right? I've been teaching spirituality for a very long time. And very often when I do interviews, they want to ask me about spirituality. And I like that. But I'm bored of talking about the same thing. And I want to mentor entrepreneurs. And so I wanted to keep this directly to business. I do bring spirituality in everything that I speak about. Think about the concept of soul branding. Remember when I spoke about the idea that the universe whispers to you and gives you the seed for your business? That is spiritual. That's a spiritual idea. And so spirituality is integrated in a lot of what I teach, but in a very subtle way. I like what Erie just said. Spirituality is how we are. And so we don't ignore it, but it is integrated. When I spoke about the concept of that belief system, where I solve all problems that come my way in a fun and easy way, that is also a spiritual belief system. It comes from a spiritual master I studied from. But I'm not overdoing the spirituality. We're not talking about rubbing crystals here, right? Or chanting mantras. So somebody asked, is the price locked in or can you take a break for a year? You don't really want to take a break. Why would you do that? Let's talk about that. I don't know. I don't know. Reply back. We've just never had that question before, right? But because it's a small group of people, there are certain edge cases that I think we might be able to deal with, but I don't have the immediate answer for it. And it's not a 10-month program, it's a 12-month program. I just shared the next 10 months of topics that we're going to cover, because there'll be at least 2 additional months where I need that flexibility to deal with topics that might be emergent in the world today. AI being one, new disruptions in technology, in AI, and how business works. And so I create that openness as well. Somebody asked, do we have the members' contacts to continue the mastermind? Absolutely. One of the bonus of this mastery program is that all the members are connected together in a WhatsApp group. And that's optional. Not everybody wants to be in the WhatsApp group. Some just want to attend the lectures. But once you're in the WhatsApp group, everyone has access to everyone else. And so we give everybody that perk.
Another question is the mastery program also for artists?
It depends. Are you an artist that's running a business, right? I know artists who run massive business. John Butcher, the founder of Lifebook, he started out as an art business. So if you are an artist and your business is doing 80,000 a year and you want to grow it, then yes, it's going to be useful for you. But the cap, the floor is 80,000 a year. And yes, the price is in USD. Okay, so how the process works is, let me bring up the website. Okay, so this is the website. So the offer is on for 6 days. Okay, there's a lot of information on the website, so you can see the curriculum, you can see how it's structured. These are some of the topics, but please keep in mind, these topics are going to change. They will change based on emergent trends. So you click this button over here to secure your spot. Okay, it's 9995. You can directly secure your spot, and then you get an application form to apply. We want to make sure people are serious. So you get an application form to apply. And then if for some reason you're not accepted, and remember, the only reason you will not be accepted is if your business is directly competing with Mindvalley, then we just refund the money to you and we send you a polite letter. But most people are going to be accepted. And so you don't have to worry about that, right? If you know you're in competition with Mindvalley, just don't bother. So that's how it works. All right. Thank you so much, guys. I'm going to go eat. It's been a long day for me, but I hope I delivered immense value to you guys. And I'm so glad that that you guys were able to join me today. And those of you who are Mindvalley members, thank you for joining us here. Enjoy your membership. Remember those 4 courses I recommended that you dive into. And by the way, guys, you know about Mindvalley University, right? Our biggest event of the year is happening in Tallinn in July. And you guys should totally check that out. Go to mindvalley.com/u. Check out Mindvalley University. We have 1,500 of our members moving to Estonia for 3 weeks. Everybody comes together, and it's one giant mastermind, really. Everyone comes together. There are hundreds of events happening in those 3 weeks. Everybody gets to create their own events using our community app. And it's just so much fun. And so many great teachers are coming. Naveen Jain is going to be there. Paul McKenna is going to be there. Marissa Peer, John and Missy Butcher. Mindvalley.com/u. Go check it out. It's July 3rd to July 23. And it also has classes for kids. So people come with their children. Most people don't come for the full 3 weeks. They come for 1 or 2 or sometimes even just a few days. But if you can make it to Tallinn, Estonia, I'll see you there. It's one of my favorite projects in the world. Check it out. Mindvalley.com/u. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.